see what that Apex does. Nothing's guaranteed until hits your account. I don't trust them. Oh God, I don't trust those people. They shysted me out of 6,000 like a month ago, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. They said it was approved, but they never sent it. Why? Because they figured out it was me. Anyway, I think I know what I did wrong. Linked the wrong bank account. Good morning. Let's go over this pre-market trading plan now, shall we? I'm already, honestly speaking, like I'm really already set up from last night because I gotta go to bed at more reasonable hours. I've been going to bed like at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Like I still wake up at 7. So it's just been getting kind of ridiculous. Like I need to force myself to go to sleep at like 12 o'clock. But like I just sit in my house in silence, with no TV on, and I just brainstorm. I'm being dead serious. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm not even trying to be mysterious. I'm being dead serious. I literally just sit inside my house in silence at my desk, and I just sit here, and I think, and I think about strategies, and I think about improving my life, and I just think about just life, just in general, and like I'll sit here for hours on end and just sit here until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I go to sleep, and like I wake up fully refreshed after sleeping 3.5 to 4 hours. I think something's wrong. Look at that. Something is amiss. Because that's not normal. Well, the meditation is normal, but I need to be getting at least 5 to 6. I need to be getting at least 6 hours of sleep, 6, 7 hours of sleep. Something is amiss. I don't know if you've seen the news about Chris Johnson, but man, that was sad to see for real. Yeah, that was sad as hell. He can't even move his arms anymore. You saw how skinny his little arms were? I just seen a video of him a year ago. He was perfectly fine. He got ALS at 38 years old, and he was fully paralyzed by 39. He can't even talk anymore. He has to look at a screen to talk. I didn't even know that they had those things. They got a screen now to where like you can look at the words and talk. But they sped that portion up because there's no way in hell that he was talking that fast because he has to look at the numbers. So they sped that up over the. They had to have sped that up over the interview process. That thing is probably typing out words very slowly. Be on alert. Data release in 3 minutes. Because they're staggering the news releases, that's why I'm not talking about anything right now. I hope y'all read that pre-market trading plan, please. And I hope that you read about all of the data dropping today. And I hope that you read that Kevin Warsh is talking today. Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, was talking today. I don't know what he's talking about. Let me turn on my wire. Today's the kind of day where we have to have the news wire active. Like active. And you need to be out. Because we got Kevin Warsh talking. We got data releasing in 2 minutes and another 15 minutes after that. The president of the United States is supposed to be talking at 3 o'clock, but they could shove a camera in his face an hour and a half before that. And he's usually late, so he's usually like 30, 45 minutes late. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. I got to turn on my newswire right now. Hold on. You have no idea what's getting ready to happen right now, and neither do I. I'm waiting on. The only thing I knew was that they was getting ready to pull this back. was the only thing that I knew. I just knew that they were going to pull us back. The degree, I'm unsure. I just knew they were getting ready to start hunting sell side. There's no way in hell I would have been mad, just, just blindly longing up here. That's dangerous. Data release. If you want to trade Rhythmic on TradingView, this is what you have to subscribe to. So Latanya and everybody, you have to subscribe to CME Top of Book on a demo account created on NinjaTrader.com. And then you go over to TradeOvate and you click this for $4. And you click Update Subscription. And you click Pay Now. Wait, I don't think I got that card no more. I don't think I got that card no more. As such, $4. They want to bounce this.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
120 ticks in this environment is not going to be super easy to come by immediately. I gotta think. What was I thinking about just now? I lost my train of thought. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Replicana. Be on alert.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Okay. Let me check this data release. Non-farm payrolls came in at 98. ADP non-farm payrolls came in at 98K. Forecast was for 118. Underwhelming. Warsh was speaking. I don't know if he's still talking or not. ISM came in at 53.9, 55.7. Underwhelming. It came lower than the previous as well. And then they're bouncing it off of this. I don't trust this bounce. You've been warned. I don't trust that bounce. What was I doing? Something important I was doing. What's going on with my brain? Why am I thinking slowly? Why am I forgetting things? What was I doing? I need to be on alert for that. What's going on with that? Why am I forgetting things? It's my second time forgetting something today. Yep, did it already. I appreciate it. Okay, good. Thank you. Why am I forgetting things? Start doing mental exercises. Get my brain going again. They want to go higher. Don't be surprised if they squeeze this higher into oblivion, and then what they'll do is they'll pull it back right when the data drops. Why? Because they've trapped people on both sides. If you thought it was bearish and you shorted into this hole along this way, and they'll just keep squeezing into the data release, and they'll come up here and they'll pop this high. Then they'll do one flash liquidation heat after the data, and then they'll go lower again. Ivan, what's up? This right here is exactly what I'm talking about. They're coming out the gate swinging. Whenever they do this like this, and they start like 10 minutes before the market, like this still considered market open basically. 10 minutes before the market opens like this, and they dump it down over here in a straight line, 900 ticks, and then they squeeze it up like this, because this rally is not over. So you don't know when it's getting ready to end. And they pumped it up 800 ticks like this, and positive HVL, that's coming out the gate swinging. Again, if you don't know what's going on, you need to wait for them to engineer some liquidity. You need to wait. Because you don't know what they're getting ready to do right now. I think they're about to go to 730 on this QQQ. At a minimum, I think they're about to liquidation squeezes past this 730 and take out this HOD. And Judas swinging on everybody. That's what my brain's telling me right now. Because my brain's telling me why not. Why not do that? Why not go 745 SPY and 730 QQQ? Why not again? Look at that volume imbalance on that damn SPY. What is that? Closed at 46. Did no one see that? That was a 10 just now. Are y'all not using this? Are y'all not using this volume balance indicator that we looking at right now? Are we not looking at the same thing? Volume a little low. Yeah, it's positive HVL, so it's not. So the candles aren't going to be as large as they were before. This is a Judas swing. They're coming out the gate swinging. They dumped it for the first 6 minutes, and then they reversed it, and they never looked backwards. I'm not going to jump in front of this moving train. They're coming out the gate swinging. I want them to tire themselves out first. That's just at least what I'm gonna do. I can't tell you what to do. They're up here at this 730 right now. They're about to flash this. Good morning, Ivan. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. We need to be on alert. everyone inside Discord, what we need to be doing right now is that we need to be looking at draws and liquidity. I know that they really won't matter for like the next 7 or 8 minutes, but still, though, we need to be trying to gauge their temperature, gauge their temp. We need to be trying to get an idea potentially of what's going on. You need to be looking at the fact that QQQ and SPY are going in the opposite directions. SPY is going up and QQQ is going down. They're going in the opposite directions. QQQ was down over 1% and SPY is almost at break even. Did we come over and fill this gap? I'm starting to get my brain going right now. I apologize. It was up again until 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's lock in. Everyone needs to come over here and right click at 74.96 crossing. It needs to be the message. It needs to be gap fill. Gap fill 7/1 because it was created today. It's a new monthly candle opening. Wake up. They're coming out the gate swinging. It's a new monthly candle opening. The volatility can immediately shift. They can immediately turn this back on. There's a clear SPX gap fill right over here that it appears SPX is trying to target. In 5 minutes, they could fit. In 5 minutes, it could take them 3 or 4 minutes to come up there and fill that. So like, if they release this right now, this ISM right now, this second, and if it's an insane outlier, they can be there in 5 minutes or less on this SPX, and everything will go green. So be on alert. They're coming out the gate swinging. They just did a Judas swing to completion just now and stopped it on a dime. Okay? Please understand that. The market's not necessarily trapped because it's closer to this one. It's more than likely that we come up over here more than anything. Okay? They just came out the gate swinging and dumped it. Okay? They're starting to fight back. I think these people are goofing around. I think they want to hurt a lot of people. I am going to get hurt. You and I are going to get hurt. Make no mistake about that. When we get hurt is the most important question. And how often we get hurt is, and how often is, which is when. And what happens in the meantime? What have we accomplished by the time we got hurt? Can we avoid how much we get hurt? That is the only debate. We are always playing in traffic. You will get hit by a car. We are always playing in traffic in this environment. But I'm going to at least try to look both ways. We need to go over this pre-market trading plan right now before this information releases. Okay, guys, the true volume balance indicator is over here inside the trading view indicator section. Okay. New monthly candle opening. I'm reading this. Staggering news release at 9:45 and 10 ISM. Means best to wait until 9:50 macro closes for further stability and session market structure to form and be made more clear if you have any inclination of being unsure. They're going to come out the gate swinging again. Another bullish candle close at SPX means precipitation through London into New York is likely through the SPX. Okay, I would not be marrying shorts again. It's not as dangerous as yesterday's warning, but close. I think they would chill the market out and begin to target sell side intraday. Hold on, let me read this so y'all can see this. Because y'all might think I just be making stuff. Because people on TikTok think I just be making this stuff up about this pre-market trading plan sometimes. Like they can't fathom that like they could actually join here and actually understand what's going on. Like if they were actually in here reading this themselves and like they don't have to wait. Well, because I won't read this all the time. So and just pray to God that I randomly read this when it's already done. I think they will start to chill the market out and begin to target sell side intraday. Internals Wednesday before Thursday's non-farm payrolls release. That puts them in position to go all-time high overshoot on Thursday if they so desire. Unlikely because Friday is a half day and ends at 1 p.m. But it'll bleed into Monday. They're for sure setting up for a 75.30 SPX buy side pop and a potential 6.5 SPX gap fill at 75.85. They're setting this up. I think best case scenario, look for the first. Then look out for intraday sell side to hit an ungodly amount of time distortion the closer we get to the EOD. Okay, please check the volume balance indicator inside this section that I programmed with the help from one other. Nowhere in my mind that I really think that they were seriously trying to go higher today on the QQQ. Okay. SPY, the only reason why SPY is hanging out in this zone like this and SPY isn't dumping into oblivion is because of how the SPX closed yesterday. Look at this daily bullish candle close. That's the only reason why, like, we haven't, like, that's the only reason why SPY is down less than 0.25% and the QQQ is down 1%. SPY is trying to come up over here and SPY is trying to precipitate higher. It's trying to precipitate higher right now. Understand that. Because look, you don't look at a bullish candle close like this and go, well, we're getting ready to dump immediately. You don't do that. And unfortunately, it very rarely works in the opposite direction. A lot of times, if you see a huge bearish dump, they're going to gap it up or bounce it arguably the next day. It's not best to assume that, but in a multi-day buy-side delivery program model, it's likely that like will bounce and do time distortion the next day. They're trying to precipitate this market higher. Look at this daily candle close. This is the only time I like to look at candles. I like to look at the strength of what happened that day. Because why else? Because why would I just randomly think that the market's just going to just dump 2%? Like, what? Like, why would I think that for? Other people used to infect my brain and they used to make me think. Other people who were not profitable and who were not millionaires doing this used to seriously make me think that like the market will just automatically just squeeze up 2% and just dump another 2% the next day randomly for no reason. Stop thinking that. They want to go higher and not lower. It's precipitating higher. This is a full-blown Judas swing and completion, and it's coming true before your very eyes. I don't trust them. They're to within spitting distance of this. I don't trust these people. I think they're about to squeeze this higher here. That's what my brain's telling me. They just flashed at 7:30 in that QQQ that I was telling you about, and they just took out 7:45 on SPY. Now, hold on. Data just released. Nothing, all bets are off. Let me look. ISM came in at 53.3. SM was 53.8. ISM prices came in at 73, lower than expected. Forecast was 77, which meant higher inflation, which meant inflation was expected to go higher, but it came in lower, softer. Okay. Unemployment came in at 49.7. It's irrelevant. Okay. So, okay. This is a mixed bag. You have no idea what they're going to do. It's a mixed bag, and it's very close. The only thing that was an outlier was the ADP non-farm employment change at 8:15, but that's really not that insane. That's really not that insane, okay? So everything was a mix. Everything was slightly underwhelming, but it was a mixed bag, as in like they could do anything, as in like it could go either direction. I am going to wait until this. I am going to wait personally until this 9:50 macro closes. I got 8 minutes for me to even consider making a decision or a trade. 8 minutes from now, I am going to look at the market structure and I am going to try to determine the direction in regards to where I think they're getting ready to go. Until then, I have no idea. Neither do you. You have no idea what they're getting ready to do. I know for a fact you have no idea. You want to know how I know? Because the market doesn't have no idea what's going to go. They could stop us on a dime right now, come up with and fill this gap. Or they could go, man, dude, we just dumped this market for 6 straight minutes and then liquidated everybody in a straight vertical V line. Now we're going to go lower. Or they could go, bro, we're already here. So, hell, it's a new monthly candle open. Like, why not just come here? See what I'm saying? So you have no idea what it like. You have no idea what they're getting ready to do. Neither do I. I'm just not going to guess. I'm going to wait. If they squeeze up over here inside the zone, they start going sideways, I'm going to wait for them to fill this gap, and then I'm probably going to short it. Why? Because then everybody would have been exhausted, and everyone's accounts would have been blown, and that aligns with the NQ coming up inside this zone or something like that, and I can start to structure shorts inside this zone after they swept these internals or something like that. Why? Because then I think they're going to start hunting sell side. Immediate term sell side, that is. I got my order button on short. They're about to squeeze this to go higher, and they're about to fill this gap. Watch out. They had the opportunity to dump that just now, but they did not. They're revealing their hand to you right now. You need to be paying attention to what they're doing. Yo, your TikTok is saying your volume is low. Let me double check that. This is a test to determine the audio clarity coming through the microphone for TikTok only. This is a test to determine the audio clarity coming through the microphone for TikTok only. This is the final test for the audio clarity. That should be better. Here, you fine. Thanks. Thanks, the woman 2022. How you doing? You doing okay? Be on alert. They're about to fill that gap now. They've made their decision. They came out the gate swinging. They dumped it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, stopped it on the dime, and they squeezed it in a straight line liquidation. Thanks. Thank you for your feedback. Guys, this is for anybody ever listening. If anything seems weird, please send me a message. And if you send me a message and I don't see it within like 1 to 2 minutes or like 2 or 3 minutes, Discord can tag me so I will hear the alert. But I have to actually look at the feed on TikTok. So and then a TikTok feed is not timestamped. And it gets bogged down because whenever people join, that counts as a message. So I can't see that. So if it gets lost in translation, please just let me know and just say, hey, your audio sounds, they're playing your voice double, or hey, it sounds like you're whispering, so that I can double check that, please. Because there are students that are inside Discord that watch on TikTok. So I have to make sure that TikTok is working for them. They want to squeeze and go higher and fill this gap. This market is precipitating higher. SPX is going to come into the zone now. They've made their decision. They did this in a straight line. I'm in Discord and watching on TikTok right now. Yeah, exactly. I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you got issues on TikTok, then let me know, because, dude, you're inside Discord, bro. So you need to, you know what I'm saying, bro? So it's your right in order for you to hear what's going on, clearly. Because if you're not actively trading, if you're not actively trading, as in you're just sitting here just listening, then TikTok is the best to listen to, because you can play it in the background and you can play it over your car speakers, and the sound is better over the car speakers than it is from Discord, because Discord is like talking over the phone. Discord plays through your car audio like a phone call, because it is a phone call. We're literally talking millisecond, microsecond, micro nanosecond by nanosecond. But if you're just walking and just walking, or you're just at work just randomly listening and you're not even looking at the charts, TikTok is the best platform to listen on because you can just play it in the background. And it takes up less data. It takes up less data. Discord, you need to download that app. So if you don't care about trading, and if you don't care, like, if you are not at your desk by any means, and if you don't care about talking or asking any questions whatsoever, then TikTok is the best to listen to. But if you're trading and you are trying to take this seriously, Discord it's not even close. It's not even close. I would never use TikTok. Because whenever I run an audio test and I said what I said, it took me 8 to 10 seconds. It took me almost 10 seconds to hear what I just said. It's 10 seconds behind. And if I send a message, I have no idea when the instructor is going to see that. You can send me a message right now, and if you tag me, I'll hear the alert and I'll look. Or and I'm always looking at the Discord chat. I have it pinned to my screen. That's why it's over here in red. So Discord, and on top of that, Discord can see everything I'm looking at right now. So I have it pinned in red. I don't have the TikTok chat pinned in red. They're about to come over here to the zone and fill this gap and blow everybody's accounts. They want to go higher and they want to flash this VWAP and come up into the zone that I was telling you about over here, somewhere, something like that along those lines. This is a full-blown Judas swing and completion before your very eyes. They want to go higher and not lower. And I know some people that are beginners are probably going, bro, okay, so like if you sit there going higher longer then, like why don't you buy this? Like you're clearly seeing that they're going higher, and and you're doing that thing again with this circle, and they're going to that circle that you're talking about. They're doing it again. So why don't you long this? That's breaking my direct rules of longing into a 1 and a 5 and a 15-minute SIBI. I don't do that. I'd rather take my chances on the short, but that's how I trade. I'm not going to do that. And I'm also not going to buy the top of a straight line move 1,000 ticks. I'm not going to participate in a Judas one. That's just me. Your risk management might be different than mine. You might, I don't know. You might have a 150K account with a $10,000 buffer that you've been building up for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I have no idea what you're doing. I could just tell you what I feel safe and what I feel comfortable with doing. They're about to take this market green. This is a new monthly candle opening. They're going to take this green. They're probably going to come up into 7,500. You need to be on hyper alert. This has nothing to do with NQ right now. This has everything to do with SPX and SPY. Everything that you're looking at and NQ being dragged higher like this, NQ is being dragged behind a truck right now. And it's duct taped and it's wrapped up. It's being dragged behind the bed of a truck right now. It has nothing to do with anything. They just popped this high. NQ was just here along for the ride, and SPX is just trying to come up here to the zone right over here. They're going to come here, then they're going to come to the 7,500. Because why would it just touch this gap and then just immediately just start just dump 3%? They're not going to do that. Longing this right now is not something that I would do. Be on alert. They're goofing around right now with this gap. I think that they want to squeeze us to go higher. I don't like SB today, but actually it was delicious. Oh, really? Good job, Dre. They're right here. I don't think that they came this far to only come this far. Understand what I just told you. Please listen to what I just said. I don't think that they came this far to only come this far. I don't think they've come this far to only come this far. They're about to squeeze this market higher. They don't care about any of these imbalances until this gap gets filled. You see that? They don't care about anything else. They just filled that gap just now in the SPX, and they just turned this SPY green just now. They just filled this gap. Right now, right here, right now, this exact second, what you're looking at on your screen, the most dangerous thing you can do right now is long this. What I would not do right now is long this. Listen to what I just told you now. The most dangerous thing you can do is be in a long right now, and what I would not do is long this. Watch out. They just filled that gap just now. It ain't, and they just filled that gap just now. This MNQ just popped that high and just flashed that view up. NQ trying to dump. Excuse me, sorry. NQ was trying to dump. NQ was trying to go lower. You need to be looking for a first presented or for something that makes them, or for something that makes you think that they're getting ready to go lower. Unfortunately, on this entire move, they haven't really engineered any liquidity or any low points that really stick out. They unfortunately have not necessarily. They unfortunately haven't really done that. They've just gone up in a straight line to fill this gap here. So when they go up in a straight line, that doesn't engineer any liquidity. The next serious liquidity point on SPX is here at like 74.50. There's nothing else other than that up here. It would not surprise me if they did a liquidation squeeze and grabbed 7,500 and then started going lower. But I'm not going to just long that. That is just ridiculous. That makes zero sense to me in my brain. Timestamp 10:15. If you waited until this macro closed at 10:10, because you would have waited because you would have seen that they were going to come up here and fill this gap. You at least would have taken no losses if you followed that pre-market trading plan. And now you avoided this weird thing over here. So you avoided shorting over here in this dangerous clip. They came out the gate swinging just now, and they're still coming, and they're still trying to swing. You need to have this volume balance indicator on your dang on screen, and what you need to be doing right now is that you need to be looking at any indication that they're getting ready to seriously begin to go low. QQQ wants to dump. Look at that. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at this Judas swing. My goodness, boys. Did they come out the gate swinging with this one here? This is a lot to unpack. This is not a joke. Look at this. Wow, they came out the gate swinging on this one, boys. They about to go 7,500. SPX. Then go lower. 1K on longs. Good job, you're done, Dale. Please log off. Please exercise restraint. No more, please, sir. Proud of you for starting to turn around your training journey and starting to put some days together. We need to be consistent. Good job, sir. To you. Remember what I said. You need to be looking for a first presented. If they can't stack 3 red candles together, they're not trying to go lower. Please listen to what I just told you. If they can't stack 3 red candles together, then that means that they're not trying to go lower. Because what makes you think they're trying to go lower if they can't put 3 red? Like, what does give you the inclination if they can't put 3 red candles together? Okay, I thought the gap filled at 74.99. I had the alert from where we closed at 359. I set it right over here. And where this candle opened up at right over here. It opened up at 359. I mean, it closed at 359 here, and it opened up over here at 749639. We have filled the gap. No, not up here. Look at the timestamp on this. This is 401, 402. The 401 candle closes at 7,500. They're trying to gear this market up to go lower. They're gearing this market up right now to go lower. I'm being dead serious. That's what they're doing now. but they might do one more liquidity grab and come to 7,500. That's the only reason I'm not slapping the short button right now. Because why? Because I think personally that there's a lot of people trying to short this the moment that the market turned green, and I think that those people would get scared out if they do something like this and then this. And I think that nobody gets to participate, and I think that people start chasing if they do this. That's why I'm not pressing the short button right now. I'm exercising sound judgment. Because I know a lot of times once they complete a major objective, that doesn't mean that they're immediately going to reverse. Yes, sir, Jay. Yes, sir. I hope so too. I think so too. I know a lot of times that once they completed a major objective, that doesn't mean that they're immediately going to start reversing. This market is like a locomotive. This market is like a locomotive with like two cabooses in the back. The S&P 500 is. The Dow Jones is a locomotive that you get behind on your way to work, and like the train keeps going for like 30 minutes and it makes you late. And you get a strike against you at work, I'm assuming. That's the Dow Jones. The S&P 500 is like that single caboose locomotive that you see driving through, and like it doesn't even like blow the horn. Like it doesn't even like blow the. It doesn't even do that. Like it just goes through, and like they put the gate down, like it comes right back up. The Nasdaq is like the Nasdaq 100 is an 18-wheeler with two tractor trailers in the back. If you've ever lived in Atlanta, you've seen those people drive those 18-wheelers, and they drive them like Ferraris. It can still go 100 miles an hour. Trust me. It can still go 100 miles an hour, and they be weaving in and out of traffic. Like, I be looking, I'll be like, bro, that dude's driving that damn dude. Oh my goodness, he's driving a 30,000-pound vehicle like a damn Lamborghini Revuelto. What is that dude doing? That's the NASDAQ 100. So if he gets going, but he can still weave in and out of traffic though. And he can stop on a dime, not on a dime, but he can stop very quickly and reverse direction. He can. That's the NASDAQ 100. That's how I like to visualize it. That's the NASDAQ, QQQ, NQ. All right? So this momentum is trying to push up here to the 7,500 I've been telling you about. That's where this train is going now. The train still got to stop. So the train is not giving any indication it's about to slow down. They're about to come up here to the zone that I was telling you about. Okay, so I am trying to interpret it in a way that you can eventually begin to understand so that you can put thoughts to action. Because who cares about what we think? We need to be doing. You need to be putting thoughts to action, and it needs to make sense in your brain. No one explained this to me. I didn't have a mentor to explain this to me. Unfortunately, I did not. I wish that I did. It would have sped up my development. I would have been profitable probably after like 8 or 9 months, instead of it taking 7 or 8 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars going to the market maker. This QQQ is looking like it's trying to roll over, boy, and this SPY is looking like it's trying to liquidation squeeze to the 7,500. The HOD on SPY is 747.99. I don't trust that. Why did they not flash this? I still think that they got business to go higher here, and I just think that they're goofing around. I think that they're about to squeeze this past the zone and maybe come up into 747.50 or something like that. I am operating under the notion that these people are going to keep squeezing. There's no indication they're getting ready to go lower. They have not shown that to me. They're about to squeeze this past the zone, boy, and they're about to come up here into this 5 minute, and they're about to potentially come up inside the zone. And NQ was lagging behind, but if SPY keeps on doing this, little bro is gonna go like, all right, cool, big bro, I'll come along with you for the ride, and then he's gonna turn bullish too. Little bro is the NASDAQ 100. They could do that, you know. Look at that SpaceX down 5%. Look at that little limit.
Yo, E.
Yo, Fire, what's going on, bro?
What up, brother? Hey, bro, look at the monthly. Look at your monthly.
Yeah, let me take a look at that monthly on what? at that. Goodness. Yeah, they better come up here inside the zone like 750 or something like that. Look at that. Look at that monthly candle close. This is bullish. They're about to squeeze us to go higher. Look at that monthly. Look at that weekly. Market trap between here and here. Look at this daily candle. It's 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute. They're going in the opposite directions. Which one is lying to me is the question. I think that SPY is lying to me, and I think that this market wants to go lower. But I think that if I short this, SPY can lie to me long enough to where I lose. That's why I'm not going to press this button. I think that they're lying, and I think that NQ really wants to go lower right now. And I think that the only reason why it's not going lower is because SPY wants to. Why? Because SPY wants to deceive us a little bit more. They're gearing this up to reverse right now. That's what my brain is
Hey,
telling me.
I had a work call just now. Yeah, I was saying, did you take a look at that monthly candle, the
I just did just
CRT
now.
setup?
Yeah, I just did just now.
Yeah, on NQ, basically they farm a nice CRT setup where they respected the first CRT, and then candle tree just respected the CRT, and it looks like it's doing like a turtle soup basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, bro, I can't believe I got all those terms done, bro. I was cool. I used to say those shit.
bro, you was doing trend lines. I remember that or something. I don't know
Yeah,
what you was
I
doing.
was a trend line motherfucker. Now I'm here talking about freaking turtle soup. Well,
Mm.
yo, what the hell?
You were really quiet on TikTok, just so you know. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I tried to turn up the audio. I don't know what's going on with that. Let me double check this.
Yo, E, you guys are not starting, right? Bro, I ended today already with a 10K freaking win, bro.
What?
Yeah, bro, I was on goal. I took that 5 o'clock run up on goal. Then at market open, I took that little run up again. And on NQ, I actually shorted that bitch, bro. Fuck it. It was 10,400 and something bucks for the day, bro. I'm done for the day.
Wow, bro, that's big time. Happy for you, brother. You
Thank
were
you,
really quiet,
thank you,
man,
bro.
bro. That's big time, man. Happy for you, bro. Man, I'm so happy for you, Fire. I'm being dead serious, brother.
Bro, it's been
Keep
a
doing what you're doing,
journey,
Fire.
and it looked like instead of making 15K a month, I'm trying to up that shit and at least head to like the 30K now. I'm trying to up my game and see
Make
how it
sure,
goes to the 30K.
make
But
sure, make sure that for every amount of money you pull out, for every bit of money that you pull out of this part, and for every amount of cash that you pull out of this market, you need to be putting money off to the side in the event that you do happen to lose. See what I'm saying?
definitely. I already
100%.
stacked up like 5K to buy accounts on the side. I already have that put away.
Okay, good.
Yeah, bro. Without you in the journey, I wouldn't be here where I am, bro. Thank you, bro. Freaking appreciate you, bro.
M- Man, I
It,
appreciate you,
it,
brother, for real.
it's
I,
it's been
I
a
appreciate
long
you,
it's
brother, for
been a
being a part of our
long
community.
journey. I know I might not be in here as much, but it is right now. I got a little contract at the airport, so I'm working on like my business. But like that's why I try to trade like early in the morning, and then I just head out to my company basically. But I'll pop in here
Absolutely,
with you guys
absolutely.
once in a while though. Like I'll pop in when I get the chance. I'll definitely pop in though.
Yes,
But
sir.
bro, you
Yes,
helped
sir.
me.
Yes, sir. We
Come a
appreciate
long
you.
way, bro. I can't thank you enough, bro. You helped me come a long way, bro.
Man, that means a lot, bro. Real talk. That means a lot, brother. Dean, I turned up the audio. This is something going on with the audio right now on TikTok, but I turned it up. If, if the audio randomly does something weird, like like quadruple in tone, then just let me know. like quadruple or something like that. Look at this 50-point volume balance over here on this SPX. You see this? Be on alert. Yes, you see this? There's a 50-point volume imbalance right there. See that? That's a 50-point up here at the top. There's a 12-point volume imbalance up here at this top. They're pairing them. They're pairing multiple higher. You can see it. You see them? Hmm. Hmm. Look at that. They want to go now. They want to dump. There's a 12-point there. What are they trying to do? This still should not detract from the fact that the most dangerous thing you can do is long this. They're confusing it. They're trying to make you long this right now. They're teasing you and they're testing you. It does not detract from the main thing that I said. The most dangerous thing you could have done up there was long it. And what I would not have done was long it. You don't catch a falling knife on a volume imbalance at the top. I wanted them to flash 7,500 so I could have shorted it here. They missed it by a few ticks. They did not give me the chance to participate. I wanted them to flash 7,500, then go lower. They still have not even given a first presented yet. Here it is right here. Here's the first resemblance that they're going to even remotely consider going lower. Timestamp 1032. That is the first sign that they were even they're remotely considering going lower, and now they're dumping out of it. Now they're dumping out of this first presented without even bouncing it. Up in a straight line, down in a straight line. I told you I thought they were lying. I did not think they were trying to go higher. Now it's like they're forcing you to short into a 15-minute busy. This is dangerous. It's not like these trades are not slam dunk trades right now. They missed this. They touched it. There's a 50, 12, etc. above. They took out 747 and then dumped it. Previous Asia high. Not previous. What you mean? Positive HVL can be very deceiving at times. Do I think this QQQ has enough legs to come back up here to the 730? I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not think so. I do not think so. It's just this is what I'm thinking of. Like, do I like if I loan this right now? Do I think that they have enough energy to come up here inside the zone based on what they were showing me before? I do not think that's the case. My brain is not telling. My brain is not telling me that's the case. That they're going to have to prove that to me. This is dangerous. I think. Shorting inside of a 15-minute BISI is dangerous too. Look at that market trying to squeeze to go higher. It's as though like it wants 7,500. It's still like it wants 75. I'm trying to look at any drawn liquidity, like anything. This low here, like any double bottoms, something. Low at 746.03. Low at 746.02. They're about to dump this. They want to go lower.
Yo, E, what do you think when they break 30.093? You think they're gonna shit the floor once they break that?
30.09.
30.093.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah.
If we do that, then yes, because this is the HVO level for the NQ. It's going to precipitate through the floor, yes. If we come over
Yeah,
here
I was.
and if we break this, then yeah, we getting
Yeah,
ready to
I'm
bleed
waiting
out.
for that
We getting ready to
trade to
bleed
take
out and damn
out
near
that.
come to and damn near come to 30,000. It's not going to stop. It's going to bleed out. I'm just trying. What I'm personally trying to decide right now is whether or not that this is a pullback in order for them to come higher, in order to come target this 12-point volume balance here higher, and then for SPX to come flash this 7,500, or whether or not that this is just bearish and SPX is not going to go any higher on a serious note. That's what I'm personally trying to decide right now. Like, I'm trying to decide if SPX is going to drag this NQ here higher that's clearly trying to go lower. NQ is clearly it is clearly trying to go lower. So I'm trying to personally decide that right now. They're about to go higher. My brain's telling me that they're about to go higher right now.
And E, you think if it breaks 33.16, then it would go higher, like 33.16? Then it should go up higher, right?
I think that this SPX wants the 7,500 breach. That's what my brain's telling me right now, that SPX wants 7,500 breach. And that they're curling this up here. That's what my brain's telling me right now. But this QQQ doesn't want any parts of this bounce. And then if I long this, it's like, where can I get out at? That's my only question. This SPX wants this 7,500. SPX wants 7,500, but I can't determine where NQ is trying to go right now. That's my only debate. I cannot determine where NQ is trying to go right now. I just can't. SPX wants 7,500. I'm going to long this right now on 3 contracts. I'm going to try and get 120 ticks to the upside off of this SPX bounce. I'm going to go break even right now.
Order submitted.
Take multiple jabs at this. They're going to stop me at a break even multiple times. I'm telling you. They're not going to go straight there. This SPX doesn't. This NQ doesn't really have any legs. Look at this. Multiple break evens I will get. I mean, it's about $100 trade right now. I could take this, but $100 isn't enough. If I'm going to be in this, I got to be in this. I'd rather get break even than take $100 right now in this environment. They want to go higher. SPX wants to squeeze and go 7,500. I'm gonna stop.
Order filled.
I'm gonna get out of this right now. I'm gonna get out of this right now.
Order
Why?
canceled.
I front ran it, but I front ran that personally at this 5-minute Sibi. That was about 100 ticks just now on this trade. The reason why that's the case is because that's about $120 off of these accounts. I only need to make about $120 or so on my Bulldogs accounts for 8 days to make another $9,000. So I'm objective trading here. So I cut that, and I would have got break even anyway. I cut that the moment we tapped into this, and look at this. They're about to come back and steal me out and break even. I can rinse and repeat this numerous times. So I cut that for 3 micros for $120 on all of these funded accounts. I'm exercising immediate term judgment, and I would have got break even just now. They just left that in their wake. They left something in their wake. Let's look at this. Let's see what the indicator tells us. What's this they left in their wake? What is that? What does that say? That's a 5? It's a 5 point. Look at that. They dumped that. I would have got break even anyway without the money in the pocket if I didn't front run that and exercise judgment. If I didn't see this 5-minute Sibi here and get out, I would have got break even. Now I can still re-enter the shit. Why not buy right now, huh? Well, I'm unsure they're getting ready to come down. I'm unsure. They're goofing around. They missed this 50-point volume imbalance fill. They're trying to force me to buy this top. I still can rinse and repeat this numerous times. This NQ is looking like it's trying to dump and go lower. ES is trying to squeeze the 70. SPX is trying to squeeze the 7,500. SPX wants this 50 pointer and this. That's what it wants right now. That move right there that you just saw is probably a fake out. They want to go 7,500 on this move on this SPX, but I think that after that, then they're going to reverse. So ultimately speaking, the most dangerous thing we can be doing right now is trying to long this. What I would not do is short ES or SPX right now. NQ is trying to dump and go lower. NQ wants to come to this 15-minute BISI here. The only reason why this thing is going higher is because of this ES. That is the only reason that thing is going higher right now. This is dangerous.
Wouldn't that consider to be like a second entry for the shorts, basically?
Where? Up here inside the zone?
Where you
Yes.
just entered. Yeah,
Yes.
that was a second entry for the shorts.
Correct.
The top at your what is that? The VWAP.
Correct.
That I know that was like your first entry.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. So if you think that they're trying to go lower, you need to be shorting it here. because you just needed to manage your risk to this and then go break even and target lower drawn liquidity. The only reason why I was not trying to short this, the only reason why I long this directly was because I think and I can clearly see SPX is trying to come here. So I'm not going to get in the way of a major objective. See, it's just that QQQ is bearish as hell right now. So they're giving conflicting readings because I can be correct and I can still lose. So like I could long this right now like this and still lose on this trade right now. Look at this SPX. SPX keeps trying to come up here inside the zone. SPX is continuously trying to shoot up into the 7,500. And NQ wants no part of that. So you can still be right and still see, hey, the market's going to go higher and you still lose because they go lower on the other asset. So that's the only reason why I didn't short it, because I can clearly see what SPX is trying to do and I know which one is more powerful. But I think that SPX is lying to me and I think they want to go lower overall. I don't think they have business going higher. But how I trade is I want to enter into a position once I know that they've satisfied everything going up here above head. Look at that market dump. I don't like entering into positions like here when I can clearly see that there's a reason for them to go higher. Because why not wait for them to finish that? And if they don't do that, then they'll clearly go lower, so you know that you were right. So your confidence level should be soaring then. They want to dump and go lower. They don't want to go no higher. They're about to yeet this through this floor. This is bearish. Best I keep watching on. The divergence is serious, Grant says from Discord. Yes, it's very serious.
They break 30.093. They're gonna dump heavily after that.
Thanks for sending the likes, Portal. Sent 1,000 likes, sir. Portal has over 3/4 of the likes. Sometimes I just ask for people to just send 200 likes, man. That's it. I'm gonna be streaming all day. Of course, got you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll randomly check it sometimes. It helps out the live stream and the algorithm. Everything that
You don't trade the pre-market liquidity, bro.
So what?
You don't trade. I know you start till after 9:30, right? But like you don't look at the pre-market liquidity, like to take that trade on the market open.
Nah.
The 812 the liquidity that's created around 812 and the one that's created around 912.
Yeah, nah, not for me. That's not for me. That's too much of a headache for me.
Oh, that was one of Murdoch's sauce, and bro, I kept that sauce and that shit is still paying until today, bro.
Yes, sir. Hell yeah, nah, man, it's just too much. Like, I like to wait for the session in order to engineer liquidity so that I can gauge what they're doing, because they came out the gate swinging like this, like they dumped this and they stepped on a dime when they did a Judas swing. I don't want to be a part of Judas swings. Like they have a propensity to come out of the gate swinging and to do weird shit like this in the open. Like, dude, if you get caught on the wrong side of this, like, dude, you're done. Look at this, dude, you're done. So I don't want to be goofing around with them on no open. That's just me. I'd rather wait to see what their temperature is, to see how aggressive they are, so that I can know how to tame or upgrade my aggression. I have no idea how serious they are. And a lot of times there's news releasing in the morning, so I want to wait to see what they're to see how they interpret that.
Because since this morning, like since pre-market, they kept respecting. I think what was it, 330, 316. They just kept respecting that shit because it was support, and then they just flipped on it and used it as resistance.
Yeah.
Like even now,
10%.
they just
Meta of 10% to 621. My God. Off of data center news. It dumped into an imbalance on SPX and it tapped into an imbalance on SPX and dumped. Yeah. They ate into this 11-point volume imbalance here. They ate into it. They tried to fill it, and they tried to do this, and then it dumped. We just had a shift in market structure just now. Let's get 5K likes. Thanks, Alan. Trees bound. Thank you, sir. Oh, we got it. Thanks, buddy. I mean 10. It was 50 point when I first looked at it. Exactly. They reduced it to an 11. See, it's still there. Make no mistake about it. It's still acting as a 50, but they reduced it. They reduced it, but they didn't. And those sort of kind of confusing. But this shows that they at least tried. Yeah, if I started using the indicator, yeah, you can see, it makes it so much easier, especially on SPX. But so the settings that I have on SPX is I have the minimum imbalance set to 50 on the SPX. Why? Because if I don't, then SPX will always be creating these small ones. And I don't want the small ones to show. I want it to only show if it's at least a 50. I want it to show if it's at least a 50. If it's at least a 50, I'll pay attention on SPX. And then I have it set to 5 minimal on QQQ and SPY. I'm not paying attention to anything smaller than that. Any thoughts on long here? They're about to go higher. Might have been a shakeout. They wanted to come back and touch that 15-minute BISI for fuel. It appeared. They're gonna go fill it. 50. Yeah. You can clearly see what SPX. Look, you can clearly see what the hell SPX is trying to do. Look at SPX. Look. SPX is refusing to let this 7,500 tap go. It is just it is flat out refusing. It does not want any parts of the sell side. It does not care what NQ is doing. So you can be correct in saying, bro, the market was going to go higher, bro. Why the hell didn't NQ squeeze? It's just, I have no idea. They're not aligned. They're not in sync. They're about to squeeze us to go higher now. Look at this. My God. Look at this power. Judah swing after Judah swing. Yes, look at that power. It was a fake out. Look at that. You see what I'm saying? Like, just trusting my intuition. Like, my brain is telling me that they wanted to come here this entire time. And, like, if you long that, like, you still could have lost on that, you know? Look at that. Look at them go 70. Look, they are going to go. There's nothing that's going to stop them. They don't care how bearish this QQQ is or this NQ is. They don't care. They are, look at that. And they filled that 50. They're going to come here to the zone. Look at that. Now they just filled that. They just filled that 50. So I don't know if they really want 7,500, but I saw what they just had just now. They just took out that high. Wow. It's incredible. This buying power is incredible. Yeah, some more clips. Bro, you just said you knew it was going down. Now you say I just knew they were going higher. I just knew. LMAO. What I said made sense. What are you talking about? Yeah, somehow I'm being dead serious. What I just said makes perfect sense. I'm being dead serious. What I just said makes perfect sense. So you laughing at that and you trying to be funny or you trying to goof around like, hey, you say we're going higher, now you say going lower. Like, what are you talking about? No moderators block him. Don't block him. Serious. I like opposing viewpoints that are constructive and that are not hateful. Don't nobody block him. Just block the short signal. Okay, good. That makes sense. SPX is clearly trying to go higher, and NQ is clearly trying to go lower. I'm not being, I know. Oh, yeah. No, I never said you were. I said that I like opposing viewpoints for people, especially if they're not, as long as they're not being hateful or hurtful. That's what I said. And so you're not doing that. So that's why I welcome it. The all caps is aggressive. Right here. Like, damn, bro. Excuse me. So yeah. Dude, that makes perfect sense. I said, bro, yeah, exactly. But no, that makes perfect sense. Look at this SPX. Look. 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 It is refusing to go lower. It is literally trying to go higher to try and take out this high over here that I was talking about. I'm being dead serious. And then QQQ was just dumping. QQQ has 0 legs right now. It's only going higher because SPX is going higher. So you need to ask yourself this question, which is, which one is lying to you? And which one that I said? So I said, I think personally that SPX is lying to me, and I think that they want to go lower. But the only reason why they wanted to go higher, I believe, was to take out that volume balance that you saw just got filled and maybe go 7,500. They want, you need to understand like what the market, like what it's trying to do with objectives in order for what I just said to make perfect, like crystal clear sense. They want to dump this market. They do. One of them is lying to you, but they have this major objective up here above head. They had a volume balance here and they had this objective up here above head. Nothing is going to stop them in the pursuit of completing an objective. So once they do that, then they're going to really do the thing that they want to do. Like, just look at the SPY right now, just go sideways, and up here at the high, SPY's at the HOD, and look at QQQ shit in the bed, look. SPY is break even, and the QQQ was down over 1%. Hold on, let me remove this so that you can see this. Look. Because some people might not seriously understand what I'm saying, which is perfectly fine. So with my mouse, excuse me. QQQ was down over 1%, and the SPY is green. Excuse me. Look right here. QQQ down over 1% right here. And, well, you can't see it because of the thing here. Let me move this. Look at SPY. SPY is green. So I'm not saying nothing conflicting. The market is conflicting. So I'm just reading what the market's doing. So it is 100% correct. They're doing the opposite. They want to take us. Look at this damn QQQ and look at this damn SPY going the opposite directions. Something is broken. And they want to come here. Then I think they want to go lower. They're not going to be in confliction for long. I'm being dead serious. They're not going to. They're not going to keep doing this. So you need to ask yourself this question. Why is SPX here still? Why is it here? Why? Why is it still here? Why is it not here? Why? What is it that's compelling them to go higher? We need to not ignore this fact. That's how we figure this out together. Look at this QQQ just dump. It has 0 legs. It does not want to go higher. One of them is lying to us. Whom is lying? It's the real question. Be on alert. Like, bro, welcome to trading. We don't know exactly when and where they're going. If we did, we'd all be billionaires. Yeah, that is true. But you could at least see what's going on, Alan. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, one of them is clearly lying to us. One of them is going higher and the other is going lower. And I'm not going to blow the horn. Oh, shoot. Let me take a look. Excuse me. We can see where the danger is for sure. Absolutely. Blow the horn. He says, should we? I think we should. Another student is close on their life-changing journey. First payout, we'll blow horn. First payout, we blow horn for first payout here. Been in eDiscord for less than 60 days for the Tilt Talkers. 60 days to turn profitable. We will blow that dang on horn. Just made it 25, okay. We will blow that horn right now. Wow. Let me save this. Shawnee first payout. Save that to the catalog so I can read it like a little schoolgirl. 14 days. That's discipline, Sean. Much respect to you. Got his first payout. Good job. Don't trade anymore until you need to request. You need to request. I don't know what the maximum is, but you need to do that. You need to downsize and try and take base hits, Sean. You need to reward yourself, sir. Good job. Proud of you, sir. 60 days to profitability. Why go back? Like, I'm being dead serious. Like, why go backwards? Like, why would you want to go back? And people sit here on that dang on TikTok and they sit here and they think, yeah, it takes 5 years to become profitable. I don't think no 5 years, boy. If you have the right instructor and the right guidance and you see people doing it and you're around successful people, it does not take that long. You'll catch success like a cold. It'll become contagious. Timestamp 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock hourly open, candle open. Be on alert. Hourly volatility. Be on alert now. Thank you. I got the motivation from y'all right here. Absolutely. It's about motivation. It's about staying focused. It's a mentality. Success is a mentality, man. It's about knowing, and it's about guidance, and it's about having the right mentality, dog. I'm being dead serious. Lamborghini came out with a new Urus. SC Performance. Looks just like the normal car. They just rent some people for more money. I'm sick of seeing those Lamborghini trucks in Atlanta. I'm sick of them. Everybody got one. Sick of seeing them. I'm not gonna lie, the car looks decent, but I'm sick of seeing it. Every single person that has a few $100,000 to rub together, they got a Lamborghini truck. I'm sick of them. I see one like every other day now in Atlanta. It's sickening. I don't even bat an eye anymore when I see them. They just released it yesterday. I just seen it on my feed when I pulled up my social media. They keep on trying to spam it to me. My social media is nothing but supercars, motivational speeches, and spiritual stoic content. I'm sick of it. I need to break my algorithm. They're brainwashing me. But I have two algorithms. I have a white algorithm and I have a black algorithm on X. My algorithm on Instagram is cars and motivational speaking and stoic content. Sick of it. Biracial algorithm, yeah. They about to, holy shoot. See that? Did you see that? You see how they came, you see how they came 7,500 on SPX? See that? That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. See that? So they managed to go lower and higher at the same time. You think you can hop behind the seat of a Lamborghini Revuelto with no driver's license? Exactly. I just be having random clips of you saying in my head. It's actually funny as hell. It is. That's what I be thinking about. You see how I said that they wanted to go higher, but they still managed to go lower. We're up at the HOD, you know. We're up at the HOD, and Anki was nowhere near the HOD. But you see how they reversed it? And now they want to go higher? You see that? They about to come here now. QQQ was bullish now. QQQ shook off that little cold it was on. QQQ shook off that little cold it was on, and QQQ has this right now. QQQ was eyeing this right now. Look, they flipped it fully bullish. QQQ was eyeing this 12-point volume imbalance right now, and it's coming up in a straight line. They shook you out, and now they're getting ready to go higher. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this power from this bottom. You see that? Look at this SPX. Look. That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Best I go break even, be in my head. I'll make a reference. Right. Yeah, I'll be dead serious. Best I go break even. Or let's be on alert. Or be on alert. Look at that. That right there is for real. Yeah, that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. You need to ask yourself this question. Why were they just hanging us out here like this? Like, why were they hanging us out like this? And then NQ was just dumping like that. They're about to squeeze this to go higher. They're just goofing around right now. We're on the same candles where we opened up at. They've done nothing but dump it for 6 minutes, Judas swing to fill a gap. And now we've just been going sideways, just goofing around in no man's land. It's 11 o'clock. We've just been goofing around. Why are you doing that? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, why are you doing that for? Double tops, QQQ. Yeah, they about to eclipse. Plays in my head when I oversize to do something absolutely shameless. Absolutely. We need to bring back the concept of shaming. That woke culture BS was too strong 10 years ago. We need to get back to shaming people again. Like, bro, why'd you do that for? Don't do that again. Stop trying to make people feel good all the time. I'm gonna treat you with the utmost respect, but I'm still going to shame you. I'm going to not rub it in, but I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to make you feel shameful if you do something foolish, because that's the only way that your brain is going to remember to improve. Because if you just forget it, you're going to do the same thing again. If I fondle you and if I rub the back of your head, it's okay. It's okay. You keep shorting inside 15-minute bissies. It's okay. You keep going 60 contracts short inside 15-minute bissies on a $2,000 account. That's okay. Keep doing that. It's okay. No, next time, Tiger. If I keep doing that, and if I say that, you're not going to learn. But if I say, bro, there's a reason why you're not succeeding. You keep doing that. Don't do that no more. Stop that. Tighten in. Tighten up, bro. Tighten up, man. Come on. Get it together. What are you doing? Well, NQ Insider, I've been following you for 365 days on the TikTok, and I'm still not profitable yet. Why are you not profitable? I'm still watching over there on the TikTok. Did you sign up for that knowledge center for $15 per month? Did you at least give yourself a fire check? No. I'll do that whenever I turn profitable. Well, what you been doing for the last year? I've been streaming. I'm just watching. I'll get it eventually. Okay. All I need to know. Our conversation stops here. Stop goofing around. Stop making excuses. Time gonna go by regardless. What you decide to do with that time is up to you. I know that I'm not gonna change. Look at that 9-point volume balance that I just created. Be on alert. I need a trading mentor bully. That's correct. Pressure builds diamonds. We need somebody to be real with us. Why? Because you want your life to be real with you. You want that money to hit your account, don't you? You want to be able to do whatever the hell is you want to do, don't you? Look at that 9-point volume balance. How you gonna want to live a real life but living fake? The only person you can lie to in trading is yourself. That is 100% correct, and that's why most people fail. That is 100% correct. Because most people Because most people like to make excuses. The vast majority, not vast majority, isn't like 80%. Like 90 to 95% of humans like to make excuses, and we all think that we're special. And the market doesn't care about who you are. It only rewards do you know what the hell you're looking at? That's the only thing that matters with this market. But most people think why? Because humans like to use built-in advantages. They like to think that they're special. They like to think, oh well, I'm prettier than her, so so you know what? So I should be more successful. Or a guy likes to go, well, you know what? I got bigger biceps than that guy, so I should be more successful. Or you know what? I'm more handsome than that guy, and I got more money than him, so I should be more successful. This market doesn't care about how much money you have. It doesn't care about any of those things. Look at this pullback. I wonder if this is a legitimate pullback or not. High of this candle is 93. High of this candle over here is 93. This is a double top. This is a double top paired with a 9-point volume balance. They're about to go higher with this market, I think. I'm along this.
Order submitted.
I'm along this right now, and I'm going to try and target 120 ticks to the upside. That's a double top paired with a 9-point volume balance. And a 56 pointer on this damn SPX. I'm just on 3 contracts. Long this is probably a bad idea with how bearish this market is. Long this is probably a bad idea. Up here at this top like this. No, I lied. They're getting ready to go higher. I can see it. Look at this SPX getting ready to eclipse this high right over here. They're about to squeeze this SPX higher. This is bullish, not bearish. This is bullish and not bearish. They're about to squeeze this to go higher. I should have doubled the size on that trade. That's what I should have done. I'm going to get out of this at break even.
Order filled.
I'm going to get out of this trade at break even. Because I don't like how conflicting this is. I'm going to get out of this trade over here at break even. I don't trust it. I think that they gave me an opportunity to get out of that break even. I can always re-enter later. This market is very conflicting right now. This is a perfect double top, and they're pairing it with the 9-point volume imbalance here. But ES is up here at the top, and ES just tapped into a 15-minute SIBI. SPX has not eclipsed this high yet. The high of this candle is 7507.66, 7507.76. Okay, that was a great decision to get out because we technically just popped this high. That was a great decision to get out. We didn't do shit. We popped that high just now. We just popped that high on the SPX and we just took out 7,500. And we just popped this high over here on this damn SPY. There's nothing seriously compelling them to go higher. They're about to come into this 9-point volume balance to take this trade straight to the TP and take out this double top. I can always re-enter again. Look at this market squeeze to go higher. Jesus Christ. Look at that market squeeze to go higher. Look at this. I knew I should have held on to that trade, but I got it at break even. They rinsed me for like $20, $30 loss. This is very conflicting. They want to come up here and take out this double top high. Look at this SPX just squeeze higher into oblivion, dog. They're rinsing me. Look Get that market squeeze to go higher from this entry. They're about to take out this double top high in this QQQ right now. They're about to pop this high in this double top. They're about to come here to this double top high right over here in the zone. This is bullish, not bearish. The reason why I cut it was because I'd be long in the HOD on SPX at the top of this move. I just think that that's dangerous. I just don't trust that move. I just didn't trust it. I have to trust myself. This is very conflicting because I see where they're trying to go to pop this high. And if they pop this, then they're going to come here to this. Timestamp 11:14. With how far in the game right now, Cole? That's a 19 E where. Look at that. They're getting ready to come here to this 12 now. This is bullish. Long and that was the answer again. They made me cut it. I was correct. I got to start writing down how many ideas I'm correct on. This is bullish, not bearish. They're about to come here to the zone next. They want to fill this 12. Look at this. Look at this SPY break. Look at this SPX break loose and go to the moon. SPX is on a one-man wrecking mission. Look at the Intel Core down 8%, AMD down 5%, ASML down 6%. Look at this SPX break loose and go to the moon. Really, 22 ticks away. Long it was the answer. Man, what a long trade I would have been done on these accounts for today. They're making me work hard for my money today. And that volume said it was a 9, it was a 19. It was. On your settings for the right volume balance, click label position on your right, it was hidden. It was a 19? We're saying it was a 9. Where? It was a 19. If it was a 19, I made a drastic error. Close of 43. What? The one was hidden. Oh my God. Are you serious? That was a 19 and I didn't long that? Are you serious? Are you serious? That was a 19. And that was a 19. I cut that on a 19. I tried telling you, brother. Are you serious right now? That was the easiest trade of the day. I am freaking upset. Mention me, bro. Jesus. I've been cutting those 3 micro trades way too early. Yeah. Jeez. That is a 19. That's a close at 43 and a high of 24. What in the hell makes me think that they were going to go low? Why did I do that for? That's ridiculous. It was hidden. The one was hidden. That was easy money, J-Well. Did you take that trade?
Bro, I'm telling you, that's why I put it in chat earlier, bro. I feel like the way, like if you do, let me screenshot.
I see it. You mentioned me too. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Cole. What were you saying, Cole?
That's why I had put it in chat earlier, bro. I feel like I like the cleaner look of like having the number of the gap like laid out to the right away from the candles. Like
yes. Let me do this.
Like the way I just put it in chat, like I just think it's smoother to me. It lets me like see the candles better, and I'd rather just see the numbers like in front of me.
Yeah. I could change the settings on this, man. Look at this. So I can do center. And then I can go. trying to see what happens with this. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Okay. So I have them center, and then I can also put them over here to the right. Let's see what it looks like whenever I put them over here to the right. That's center. And I can also go to the right. Let's see what it looks like when it's over here on the right. That's ridiculous, man. Okay. I did not see that. There's no way in hell I would have cut that. There's no way in hell, in this reality, I would have cut that. No way. No way, Jose. I would not have done that. That was the easiest trade of the day. That was that was almost a 20-point volume imbalance on a pullback ahead of a double top. That was a 20-point volume imbalance on a QQQ double top. There's no way in hell they were gonna go lower. I did not see that. I made a poor decision. I made a poor trading decision just now. I did not see that. I apologize. The market's going parabolic, yeah. Look at the SPX. Look. SPX is breaking loose and going to the moon. They're coming out the gate swinging. This is nothing more than a Judas swing. They just did a Judas swing to completion. This market is breaking loose. QQQ is at the HOD and so is NQ. QQQ is at the HOD. Everyone's shorting this during New York is underwater. Just pop this high and we're tapping into this 1 and this 5 and this 15-minute sippy right now. Six-point volume balance over here on this spot. I like this. I like this. I'm gonna just put this over here to the right. I'm gonna put all of these over here to the right. To the right. So that I can see them. I'm not going to make that mistake again. This market's going parabolic. Look at the market squeeze higher into oblivion to go higher. SPY is running away. Imperturbable. Yeah. There's no indication that these people are getting ready to go lower. There is none. Look at this liquidation squeeze timestamp 1124. Full blown Judas swing. Dangerous.
Order
I'm going to
submitted.
short this, and I'm gonna try and get 100 ticks to the downside off of this. With a 6 point volume balance lower on this on this QQQ. I mean on this SPY. There's a 6 point volume balance over here on this SPY right over here. Let's tap into this 1, 5, and 15 minute CB. This market is bullish.
Order submitted.
I add another 3 contracts onto this short, and I'm gonna try and target this low over here again that we just displaced from. Crazy, man. It's crazy, dude. They want to squeeze us to go higher. I'm adding another 3 here.
Order submitted.
Up here at this high. And I'm in 9. something on my first period, 1 point, and then it runs 105 points. I might be right behind you with this. With this new monthly candle opening, I gotta be cautious. I gotta be very careful with this. I gotta be very careful with this. I gotta be very careful with this. Timestamp 11:30. Very careful with this. I gotta be.
Order submitted.
I added another 3 and I'm in 12. Onto this. I just gotta be cautious with this. With this move, look at this SPY just go parabolic. Imagine a SPY decides to pull back and then target this 6-point volume balance right here. What happens if SPY decides to come here to the zone? Look at this. Okay, this is what I'm going to do right now. This is what I am going to do for sure. I'm going to drop these down here inside the zone. I need to be watching this right here. This is what I'm watching.
E3394.75 liquidity. We didn't sweep. That's pre-liquidity, the pre-market liquidity. I think they're trying to sweep that.
I was getting ready to add more onto the short. Excuse me. They're bleeding this out. This is what I'm watching.
Be careful. 11:50 is coming up soon. You got like less than 20 minutes.
Absolutely. Excuse me. Nah, I'm only trading volume balances from the same day. Look at them slip this. They're about to launch this off a launching pad. serious do I think they are about coming here to this 6 point volume balance? That needs to be my reason. I have to hold on to this if I think so. If I think they're going to come here, I have to hold on to this. If that's the case, hold on.
Order filled.
Let me get the fuck out of this. I'm gonna start scaling
Order
out
filled.
into this. I'm gonna start scaling out into strength.
Order filled.
And I'm gonna just let the rest ride. And I'm gonna go break even on the rest of this. If I stop.
Order submitted.
How serious do I think that they are about that? That's the question. As a matter of fact, I should cut
Order
this.
filled.
I should cut this. Why? Because I'm at my profit target on these accounts, and I gotta switch these accounts.
Order canceled.
I'm at my profit target on those accounts. It makes no sense in order for me to risk that. I was only trying to get $200 a day off these accounts. It makes no sense. I can clearly see that they're getting ready to go here, but it's not worth it. It's not worth even trying to play that. They're getting ready to reverse this, and then if they dump this, then it goes straight to the TP. Then I understand that. So it would have went straight to the TP anyway, but it's not worth trying to get extra $50. It's honestly speaking not worth it. That's 20 plus. That's 20 funded accounts plus 6 times $200. Like that makes absolutely no sense. In order for me to just sit there, in order for me to risk that makes okay. So the trade idea was correct. So they're dumping this, but it makes no sense in order for me to even risk that. So $200, I'm at my goal because I need to trade for 8 days anyway. So $200 times 8, I can only take $1,500. I can only take $1,500. I can only get $1,500 per Balance account. So I have to trade for 8 days, or I have to trade for 10 days. I can flip for the other 2. So if I do $200 a day times 8, that's $1,600, and I leave an extra $100 on the table. So I only need to make $150. So it makes no sense in order for me to do that. Like it makes 0 sense in order for me to do that. 0 cents in order for me to add on risk. So even from where I entered at, the trade still ended up going break even. And I was just shorting up over here into this consistently with the anticipation they're getting ready to come target this 6 point volume balance over here that this indicator was alerting me to. Now what they're getting ready to do after this, I'm unsure, but I need to have been out of that trade if that's what I was structuring, if that's what I was playing. So I'm going to cut this, and then I'm going to switch over to my other accounts right now. Save workspace is current. Yes. I'm going to exit out of this, and I'm going to log out of this trade copy right here. Log out, and I got to switch my IP address. It makes no sense for me to do that. None. 0 cents. I would be a fool. I'll be a fool to try and trade more and try to make more imaginary money. I'll be a fool to potentially risk a $9,000 a week business. That makes no sense. None. And I don't care when those other 20 accounts get to a payout. I don't care about those. I don't care if I make $200 a day into oblivion. I don't care. I'm getting ready to switch over to my other accounts. I don't care. You're making me work hard for my money today. Shoot. It's about the flash. Could have held longer, but I don't care about that. I care about putting money in my account. Besides, I'm going against the trend anyway, so I need to have modest expectations. It clearly said that we're getting ready to pull it back. And we're not going to keep doing that. So let me log back into this account. Because I'm using this as my lead. I'm using my demo as my lead account on all my funded accounts. I'll switch my order button back to short again. 100 ticks. Oh my gosh. Okay. 11:39. In this current environment, what do I think is best? 5 micros is fine if I'm trading aggressively. I think. No, 3 micros. Base hits, multiple base hits. I can why? Because I can take 2 of these and be at the goal for 100 ticks. 3 micros. We looking for longs or shorts? I'm waiting to see exactly what's going on. They're just goofing around. I gotta clear my cash. Hold on. They're going lower. They gave a first presented, now they're trying to go lower. I was shorting it this entire time into that 1, 5, and 15-minute Sibi cluster. They were not really trying to go higher. Intuition was correct. I did trust my intuition. They're bleeding this out and it's becoming very deceptive because we're back in positive HVL, so it's confusing you. They were trying to go lower this entire time. Not one time did I cut this trade early. I just kept adding into this. I was structuring myself into this trade. They could only keep the charade up but so long. They could not ignore this. This is a 1 to 5 and a 15-minute Civic cluster. You don't long into that. You do not long into that. Look at what they're doing now. If you're still in the short, you need to go break even. Let me get myself together. But I reached my goal. Like I'm not gonna just hold into this forever. I just need to make $200 a day on these funded accounts. $200 a day means I make like literally like $30,000 a week. I'm not gonna goof around with that. I'm not goofing around with that. I'm being dead serious. I'm not gonna F around with that. I'd be a fool. And I'm not, and I'm trying not to be no fool. How does it say negative P now? Oh, because they took the money out of the account. Let's look. They want to go lower. They don't want to go higher. They want to go lower, not higher. I think these people are about to dump this market and go lower. And I think that they're about to flash just 730 right now. Just 730 right now on this down. I'm going to short this. I'm going to short this right now and I'm going to try and get a 730 flash right now. A 730 flash right now on this damn MNQ. I think that they're about to dump this. Three contracts. Like, dump this to go lower. That is an 18-point volume balance up here above head. I gotta go break even on this. Why? Because it's likely that they shoot this up over here and come against me before they go lower. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get the hell out of Dodge. No, that's only 3 contracts. I gotta hold it to go break even. It's either break even or bust. There's a 13-point volume balance up here above head. Look at that market dumping. Jetty Vance is talking right now. He's live. Jetty Vance just started talking just now. Market's gonna start acting funky and wonky. Jetty Vance just went live, and I'm looking at him talk live right now. That's what that candle drop was. They're about to squeeze this to go higher right now, and they just flashed 730. They flashed the reason why I was in this short. I wanted them to break this out and liquidate this through 730, but they left this volume balance up here above head, so they wanted to come up here higher. That's why I had to go break even. I'm no longer going to take this short anymore. It's not the same exact short. I knew that they were going to flash this 730, but when they left this and they tagged it, then they immediately shot it back up. I'm not going to short this. It's not the same exact short. I had to go break even. Jetty Vance is talking to. They're just bleeding this out. I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm going to wait. They took me out at break even, and now they're getting ready to dump. They left an 18-point volume balance just now that they just came back for immediately, and they just formed a 15-minute BIST that we just retapped into just now in the pullback. I have no idea what they're getting ready to do right now. It's probably best I wait. That right there was just a short that I just took directly. So that just is what it is. They want to go lower. Look at that. They want to bleed it out. This market is very tricky. You see how the candles are moving? Every candle is overlapping. Every single one. It's not a clear and direct read. The market is in confliction with itself. Look, ES is going higher and NQ is going lower. This is a very tricky day to trade. This is not an easy day. It's 11:46. Okay, shorts are no longer allowed. They're bleeding this out through the 730 in this QQQ like I anticipated. I just didn't think that like the trade would have went straight to the TP, but Jetty Vance was talking and there was an 18-point volume balance over there. So I had to go break even. I can always re-enter later. I had to go break even. So I can tell that they're trying to go lower, and I know they wanted to flash to 730 and hurt these people, but I had to go break even on that. I could not have risked that, not with Jetty Vance talking. As soon as I entered into that trade, my newswire put Jetty Vance on, and I heard him talking. And then that was that flash dump candle. I was like, what the hell was that? And they left at 18 there. They could have guy body shot this up here against me. There's no way in hell that I would have known I would have been right like that. It's best to be right, and then like you be at break even, than for you to try to hope that you're right and then you lose. And it's also best to be right and then just be out of a trade than to be right and still lose. 'Cause you can be right and lose, you know. They just tapped into a 15-minute BIST just now. Timestamp 11:50. No shorts allowed. Long one only. Be on alert. This is very conflicting right now because if you long this right now, if you press this long button right now, if you press this long button right now, and if you press this long button and Spy decides to even remotely come over here to 747 or something like that, you have no idea where QQQ is getting ready to go. QQQ is going to go to hell. QQQ and the entire NQ is going to dump like somewhere down into the zone. And it's going to flash this view app and it's going to stop you out. If SPX even remotely pulls back, it's not giving any hints. You have no idea what it's getting ready to do. This is a very, very hard day to trade. They're doing a lot of time distortion and a lot of confusing price action. This is not easy. This is not easy by any means. Honestly speaking, if you're green right now, you need to walk away. And you need to come back on Monday. You don't trade tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be insane. Lord, this is wild. Yes, Jetty Vance is talking right now, and I can hear him speaking. He's talking about Iran at that. He's talking about Iran, and the market is going in opposite directions. They're going to make us work today. Look at the SPX go sideways and look at QQQ. Done. It's not giving me a clear picture. It's not giving me a clear read. There aren't even any trend lines, seriously, to go off of. I lied here. That trade idea worked out perfectly. It worked out perfectly. That short that I took, but Jetty Vance was talking. There's nothing I could do with that. I had to go break even. I had to. If Vance is talking and I see an 18-point volume imbalance forming, I have to go break even. Yeah, I agree, Cole. Today is definitely a protection day, Cole. Cole, the fact that you only down $300 on the most important set of Council 4, probably best we just come back together fresh on Monday, bro. Don't even trade tomorrow. Don't try and get any get back, bro. I'm being dead serious, Cole. Cole, because you can get that back in one day, bro. So like, bro, in less than one day, bro, you can get that back. Like all this aside, like you need to survive. You need to survive, dude. So that you can keep the streak going. Protect capital right now. It is going in opposite directions and people are losing. I've seen 2 people inside Discord hit daily loss limit today. This is not easy. The market is going in the opposite of directions and you can't gauge its temperature. Because if you try and long this 15-minute BISI right now, it's like I said, if SPY even decides to remotely come here, QQ is going to hit the LOD. And so it's like, if you long, like, why would you long this right over here like this and SPY hasn't even pulled back? So it's like, it's confusing you. Because if you long this right now, because if you long NQ and you go, man, this is a good pullback. It's a 1 to 15-minute BISI. Good little pullback here. Let me long it here. Ask yourself this question. If SPY dumps, what the hell do you think that the asset that's already been dumping is going to do? QQQ is going to shite the bed. It is going to literally shite itself. So that long idea is going to go by. And you need to ask yourself this question. Would you long the top of this move like this here? And I know some are probably thinking, bro, I don't trade. The newbies probably thinking on TikTok, bro, I don't trade SPY. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because if SPY dumps, ES is going to dump. Well, I don't trade ES. Gotcha. Well, if ES and SPY and SPX dump, then QQQ is going to dump. Well, I don't trade those four. Gotcha. I trade M and Q. Okay. Well, NQ is going to dump. Dude, be quiet. I trade M and Q. I told you that. M and Q was copying NQ. All of them are going to dump. Got you. Be on alert. Don't goof around. This is serious. They're hanging us out over here at this top. They're setting themselves up to where, like, if they come over here, QQQ will eclipse the LOD. It'll flash bang through the floor. Nothing is going to matter. If nothing is going to matter, this SPY rolls over. You need to be more concerned about what not to do than more what to do. Knowing what to is to press this buy button right now with this 1150 macro. That's knowing what to do. Knowing what not to do is to go, bro, this thing is trying to dump. And why would I long it? Why would I long the 1150 macro at the HOD for? On SPY and ES? Like, why would I do that for? That makes no sense. Like, that's poor risk to reward right there. When they're forming stuff like this, they're forming like a base like this. Like, it usually goes like this. That's what usually happens to people like that. So why would I do that for? I would not long this. I am anticipating the SPY is going to roll over and flash dump and flash dump through 748. I think that that's what they're gearing up for right now, and I don't trust them. Look at that. 3, including me. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, bro. Today's not an easy day, Jeff. This is dangerous. Because if they stop this, see, it's very conflicting because they stop this, and if they stop this, and if NQ turns bullish right now, then ES is just going to go parabolic, and ES is going to go to 75.80. Because they're just hanging it up here again. So you don't know the overall direction right now. Like they're not tipping their hand. It's confusing you. And so it's forcing you to cut trades early. It's forcing you to go break even a little bit early, and then they go. And you're pairing that with positive HVL as well. So the candles are overlapping. It's confusing. They're not delivering price cleanly. They're gearing up for tomorrow. JD Vance is about to stop talking right now. JD Vance said, God bless you. And happy Independence Day. He just stopped talking at a rally. God knows where he was at. He just stopped talking. Had to go break even. Every idea today was correct. Every single trade idea that I had today was correct. Every single one. I longed this here and I got out over here early and then they dumped this. I longed this here. I longed this here. I got it at break even and they squeezed it. I shorted it here on 3 micros. I added another 3 here, added another 3 here, and added another 3 here because I figured they were getting ready to pull it back and then they dumped it and I was out here. That was on my first set of accounts. I shorted it here with the anticipation because I was looking at QQQ thinking that they was going to flash bang it through 730 and not stop at 730. And guess what they did? I shorted it here and they never went higher. And then they yeeted it through the floor, but I had to go break even. They stopped me out of break even on this candle and they never went higher and they dumped it. I've had every single trade I did was correct. There was not one idea that lost. But yeah, here I am. it is going to relatively equal triple bottoms on SPY. Yes, exactly. This right here is a draw on liquidity. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about this. If QQQ was like up inside the zone, I would short it. QQQ was clearly the weaker asset. Honestly speaking, this would honestly be a time for you to like short ES, for you to trade ES because the price action on ES is far more reasonable. Because ES is forming relatively equal triple bottoms, it's given somewhat reasonable price action, something. But it's just, but what it is it's just being pinned up here at this top. Somebody said something about a 43 to the downside. What's that? Be on alert. They are going in the opposite of the directions. Look at this damn ES and look at this NQ.
Yo,
What
E,
is
I was about to ask you that, bro. What the fuck is going on?
I haven't seen them be this diverged for an entire day like this in God knows how many months. It's literally been like a year. This is insane. They've been going in opposite directions all day.
Bro,
Am I
remember
missing
Yes.
something
December?
here?
No, they've essentially like I feel like the last time they really felt in sync was the first presented after ES swept liquidity early
Yeah.
on, like the first 10 minutes. After that, bro, it's just been a fucking that was the cleanest
Why is it
trade.
going higher? Like, yeah, Colt. Sorry to interrupt you, Colt, but yeah, I agree with you fully, Colt. Like, but like, I'm trying to look and I'm trying to see what it is in the Mag 7 that's causing the dump. It has to just be the fact that AMD and Intel Core and ASML are dumping. That's it. And Nvidia's down. Okay. All of the semis are down. All of the semis and data center stocks are down. Okay.
Yo,
Every last
E,
one
isn't
of
that
them.
a crazy
That's what's down.
SMT that ES made with
Playing the Nasdaq down.
NQ?
And consumer staples are green. Adobe is even green. Hell, Apple is green, but that's a part of the Nasdaq. Hold on, phone call. Look at the ES. It's a juggernaut. It is refusing to go lower. A full-blown juggernaut. How's everyone on TikTok doing? How's everyone inside Discord doing today? This is a direct question. If you're driving right now, then don't respond. Like, is everyone green today so that I can get a picture of today? Like, what's going on today? How are you feeling with market direction? Do you think that we go higher or do you think that we go lower from this zone? Somebody send something on that dang on TikTok so that I can start that, so that we can bounce ideas off each other remotely. Somebody send something inside Discord too. Or you can talk, because you can talk if you're inside Discord. What is that? That's a 9. Down 773. Oh, so you're down $7,700. Yeah. One daily loss on limit, others up 230. Probably best we call it a day, Jay. In a short right now, yes. I can see that. Okay, I like this. Pre-gap Thursday gap fill. What you mean pre-Thursday gap fill? What you mean by that? They'd already filled the gap. On days like this, will this behavior continue after news? Or is there a window for the market to rebalance for clean price action before 3:15 p.m. news? Trump is speaking at 3. They could keep it pinned until 3 o'clock. That's another thing I forgot. I have no idea what they're going to do. But I do see there's a 9-point volume balance below, and this ES keeps on squeezing up here higher. I do see that. That's what I do see. I don't want to short us out of 15-minute busy. That's what I don't want to do. I see this right here. You see that? You see that? How they left that there, but you don't short it to a 15-minute busy. This is confusing. They left this over here in their wake. In their wake. Right on the day, shaking my head. Wanted to go to 32, 123 or you wanted to go to the LOD. You wanted to go in the hell. You want the market to dump 1%, almost 1%. Before Trump, I'm unsure how serious that is. Yeah, this is the worst day in I don't know how many days. Yeah, today's not easy. Or the block. I'm gonna gamble this and try to get it back. It's not something that you should be saying. Being honest, that's not something that you should be saying. I'm gonna gamble this and I'm gonna try and get it back. It's not something that I would say. Who's your mentor? You think this month finna be bad? Dude, the month just began 2.5 hours ago. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being honest with you. I have no idea what's gonna happen on July 31st. I don't even know what they get ready. I don't even know what they're doing right now. You heard my voice, man? I was like, what the hell are they doing? What do y'all think? Let alone what's going to happen July 31st. I don't know what's going on, brother. I'm a spectator just like you. Shit, we could go to all-time high by next week. They just filled that 9-point volume balance just now. Do a count yesterday, so no trading the rest of this week. I think that's a good idea. But there's big holidays this month. Never go down by no holidays. What holidays? You know about? That I don't know about. What does a holiday have to do with the market? Whether or not we go up or down. Or market direction. What does a holiday have to do with anything? 3 for 3 on PAs during Asia. Got 2,000 on eval right now today. And did a loss on my new PA this morning. On the new one. Best to stop and take base hits. Big trader's going to be taking a break. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, after tomorrow, yeah. But the market's gonna be the market. I've been loving Asia and London recently, yeah. Yeah. 9 times out of 10, depending upon what they do during New York session, I can tell what they're getting ready to do during Asia and London. Like overall, like I can see overall what they're getting ready to do. Sporadic price action resembling fireworks for 4th of July. Yeah, exactly. Look at this ES just squeeze higher indefinitely for no reason whatsoever. They might flip this switch and do God knows what with this. Are they trying to come 750 SPY? Is this where they're trying to? And why are they here? Is this where they're trying to come to? What are they trying to do? Like, why have they not dumped this? If NQ comes back even remotely up here into the zone, SPY is going to go 750. You need this 15-minute BISI to not hold up if you're shorting this. You need them to dump this? You need them to dump this and then touch this trend line. If they touch this trend line, it's over with. Hey, you should make a little H/London session trade plan for us who are forced to trade those sessions. Or you could just throw it into the trade plan as a little subheader. I gotta look into that. If you wanted to, yeah, I gotta look into that. But see, my problem is I haven't necessarily back tested Asia and London, so I don't want you to think, hey, they gotta do this or they gotta do that during London or Asia, because they could do nothing during London or Asia. They could just go sideways the entire day. So that's the reason why I haven't sent it out. But I still somewhat basically said the same thing. Like I still give hints. Like I'm like, I would not marry longs or like I would not marry shorts. But like overall price action and objectives, I'm unsure about that during Asia or London. See what I'm saying? So like that's why I don't say that. Because I'm unsure about the major objectives. But a lot of the times, if you dissect it, you can still see the major objectives, and they are still the case during Asia or London. Like the trade plan that I gave out yesterday, not for today, but like for yesterday's trade plan. I literally said that it's going to precipitate higher, so don't short during Asia and London session. The market is going to go higher. But like I can't say, hey, they got to take out this point or they got to do the X, Y, and Z during London because I'm not monitoring it. Yeah, I try to get what I can out of what you send out. Yeah. Look at this, go opposite directions. I think that they're about to yeet this to this floor and come lower. And I think that it starts over here with this ES and this damn spot. I want to short this NQ, but I need NQ to bounce. I'm going to wait. If NQ does something like this, I'm going to short it. Why? Because I know ES is about to roll over. Timestamp 12:15. If they touch a trend line or they do something weird, I'm going to short it. I think they're about to. I think these people got business here lower, and I think they want to come here. I I think that they want to come here and dump this market. This is where I think that they want to come to, and I think they want to take out these relatively equal double bottoms. And I think they're going to flash us to this floor, and I think this is bullish. The only reason I'm not shorting this is because NQ has just been dumping like this, so I think they're going to bounce this and then go lower. I can see them doing something like this and then doing this. So I'm not going to short into the hole. But if there is something to short, it is ES right here, right now, and then targeting this low over here or something like that on light size, because they haven't given any indication yet. But the indication is going to be whenever they dump this SPY through the zone. This is where I think they're about to come to. I think they're gearing this up. I need them to touch that trend line on that QQQ. They touch that trend line on that QQQ, I know that the bounce is going to be fake. QQQ has been pulling back this entire time, look. And SPY is up here at the HOD. QQQ has been pulling back this entire time. Every candle has been suppressed. It's just going lower. They're going to lift this off the ground, so one way or another. They're not just going to keep dumping this randomly. They're going to lift this off the ground. It's going to catch up. And if QQQ bounces, ES is going to come up a little bit higher. That'll be perfect for a short. This has nothing to do with any technical analysis. Like, this is just common sense. Well, profitable trader sense. Because most people won't understand what I'm saying. So you need to be in that knowledge center. They're goofing around. I think they're about to dump this. QQQ just doesn't have any legs for me to short it. Every green candle is being met with red. They're not even remotely bouncing this for me to even I'm not going to enter a short position over at this bottom. Why? Because there's no liquidity target in mine. I don't have nothing to target. I need them to bounce and displace away from something that's clear so I can short it. If I short this right now, they'll bounce this and they'll come up in the 277. And I'll be like, damn, I could have entered there, and then I was going to be out over here where I entered it first. I'm not going to do that. I think they're about to bounce this market and come up into the zone or something like that. That's what my brain's telling me right now. My brain's telling me not to short this. And my brain's also telling me that I think that SPY is getting ready to dump it and come here. So guess what? They're in confliction. What I just said makes perfect sense, by the way. Because why? Because it's clear as day. It's clear as day SPY is getting ready to dump here and come here. But it's also clear as day that NQ's been pulling his back this entire time, and if I short this, then they could very well bounce this and then go lower. Because the market has to go higher before it goes lower. Understand what I just told you, please? The market has to go higher before it can go lower. You see that? You see it trying to release? The market has to do this, dude. Just in the grand scheme of things. It has to go lower before it can go higher. It has to go higher before it can go lower. See? Understand what I just said, please. So why would you short it into the hole knowing that they probably have to go higher and then go lower? Why not wait for them to bounce and you short on the bounce? But you have to clearly see that they're still going lower. You did not be blinded. They want to bounce this. Watch out. They're churning people out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. I need to take a break, and I need to refresh my brain because they've been going sideways since 11:45. You see this right here? You see this BS right here they got going on? I'll be back in like 30 to 45 seconds. I gotta get some water. I need to refresh my eyes, get up, stretch, because they just been bleeding this out nonstop. They've been doing God knows amounts of time distortion. They're doing exactly what I thought they were going to do. Look at this. This right over here is ridiculous. See this? Look at this trade plan. Look. I did not edit this. I did not edit this. This is serious. This is why you need to be inside the Discord reading this stuff. Why? Because you won't be confused. Oh, that's it today. New monthly candle opening. Staggered news releases at 9:45 and 10. Means best to wait until 9:50 macro closes, which will close at 10:10. For further stability in session, market structure to form to be made more clear. They're going to come out the gate swinging again, swinging hard again. That's what they did. They dumped it for 6 minutes and they did a liquidation squeeze. Drew the swing. That is coming out the gate swinging. Again, you were warned. I told you. I warned you. Another bullish daily candle close on SPX means precipitation through London into New York is likely. It precipitated higher. The SPY is green. Look. The SPY is green by 1/3%, and QQQ is down. I didn't say QQQ. I said SPX. I would not be marrying shorts again. It's not as dangerous as yesterday's warning, but close. I think they would show the market out and begin to target sell-side intraday internals Wednesday before Thursday's non-farm payrolls release. That puts them in a position to go all-time overshoot on Thursday if they so desire. Unlikely, because Friday's a half day. It ends at 1 p.m., but it'll bleed into Monday. They're for sure setting up for a 75.30 SPX buy-side pop into a potential 6.5 SPX gap fill at 75.85. I think best case scenario, look for the first. As in, this gets popped, best case scenario. Or on like Thursday or something. Then look out for intraday sell side to hit an ungodly amounts of time distortion the closer we get to the EOD. Ungodly amounts of time distortion the closer we get to the end of the day. I repeat, ungodly amounts of time distortion the closer we get to the end of the day. You need to be trying to figure out what the hell I'm thinking, and you need to be reading this. So, like, if this was not a part of your brain, then you need to be reading this. This is ungodly amounts of time distortion. This is just ridiculous. They're confusing people. They hunted sell side. They came out the goddamn gate swinging. Look at this. They came out the gate swinging, but look at this. Look at this. They dumped this like this, stopped it 6 minutes later, and liquidation squeezed it and never looked back. They came out the gate swinging like Mike Tyson, and now they're just chilling out. They're just goofing around, just going sideways. We're on the same candles we was at 11 o'clock. They've just been goofing around. That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. That right there is exactly what the hell I'm talking about. And that's why you need to be inside and reading it. And if what I said doesn't really make much sense to you, that's what that knowledge center is for. Because I can't explain that to you. I cannot teach you how to interpret that. I can't and still make money. I would have to charge you $1,500 per month to do so. So that knowledge center for $49 every 3 months is like that for a reason. And if you struggle, you can go back to it. That's why that page is there. Then you got Discord, and with the free mentorships when you're inside Discord. Or just pay someone $1,500 for 3 classes, 3 generic classes that you don't get to custom tailor, custom suit. And then when your hour is up, when you hit that alarm, then they're gonna cut it. They're not gonna extend it for you. Your choice. Or just don't pay nobody anything because you don't know how to run because you don't know how to run $1 million business. And then along the way, you just step on every landmine. And that will be your cost for your tuition. So you're gonna pay either way. So that'll be your cost. So that thing that people say yeah, you gotta lose money in order for you to finally understand the market. Of course, because that's your cost for tuition because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's why they say that. But if you're with someone that knows what the hell they're talking about, you can steepen the learning curve. It can become more efficient. They're bouncing this. I said I was gonna go get some water. I gotta go. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Think about what I just said. abundant. I'm back right now, and I was looking at the market while I was gone, and they got this weird pattern going on over here. They got this weird pattern going on over here on this SPY, but they're not tipping their hand when they want to go lower. So I could short this, but I have no idea when they're getting ready to start their trek lower. There's no indication. They just made a new HOD 3 minutes ago. It's better safe than sorry. They got this weird pattern they're trying to run, and this weird pattern leads to these relatively equal triple bottoms. But we're up here at the HOD. You just don't blindly short the HOD. Mic volume is way low. I have my headphone volume all the way up.
It looked like the 2022 model, big dog. I had measured that market structure shift, what looks like on the 1 minute on MNQ, and I ain't even try to marry it. I just took it, you know what I'm saying, took a few ticks off of that. But it looks like it just wanted to go up, man. But the days like this, I'm not sure. So right now I'm at break even. I'm just gonna wait, bro.
Mm-hmm. This is a test. I just deleted the audio for the TikTok.
I'm gonna post my idea real quick.
Okay, bet. This is a test for the audio clarity coming through the microphone. I just upgraded the mic to 500%. And it's still low. This is a test. Yeah, nah, TikTok is just tripping out on the audio. Nothing's changed. As soon as the app, then could be. What I think it is it's the studio version. So I'm broadcasting from TikTok Studio, and sometimes the audio plays my voice twice. Sometimes it plays it twice. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what it's like. Like it just some days it just wakes up happy. Sometimes sometimes it doesn't. I literally have it turned up to 500 percentile right now. 500%.
Yeah, that gray part is the entry. So like you see how the candle coming down right now to towards the 3020 3241 area.
Mm-hmm.
That's the discount from that price leg to potentially go higher to that imbalance up in the 3300 area.
So you think that this market goes higher?
Slightly. Not all the way.
I'm looking at this, man. I'm looking at this SPY, and I think this SPY wants to come into the zone. I understand what you're looking at, but I'm looking at this SPY, and my intuition is telling me the SPY is about to start dumping. That SPY wants to flash this 730. That's just what my brain's telling me right now. I'm being, I'm being like dead serious right now. They've been stuck in a 100-point range for God knows how many minutes. This is ungodly amounts of time distortion right here. This is ridiculous. This is a full-blown sideways market. It's the kind of market to where like you try to enter into a position, trying to get a small amount on large size, and then they start moving it against you, and then you lose, and you blow up. It's very deceiving. This is ungodly amounts of time distortion. This is ungodly. I have to talk louder. Sorry. This is ungodly. I'm here every day. This is the first time I could barely hear y'all. Sorry. Yeah, this is ungodly amounts of time distortion. On Discord, my audio is perfectly fine. That's what I'm saying. Like TikTok, the viewer experiences, TikTok and on YouTube, it's just poor. If you want the best experience, it for sure has to be Discord. I think that they want to dump this. I think that I might get one good trade for this day, and I think they're goofing around. 126 in this environment is almost impossible to come by. We're back in positive HVL. Discord is a data hog on my phone, though. That is correct. If you are not connected to Wi-Fi and you are not trading, don't be on Discord, because Discord is going to take up a lot of data, because it's just like talking on the phone. Discord is like being on FaceTime. Discord is FaceTime, basically. So if you got only like 500 megabytes of data, I'm not saying, yeah, in 4K, correct, exactly. It's just like FaceTime with a 4K, yeah, literally. So if you only got I'm not saying this is you, Dean, but if somebody only got like 25 megabytes of data left, don't go on Discord. They're about to dump this market. SPY's about to come here. SPY's about to dump through this floor. This is where I think that they were trying to come to this entire time.
That's the 3180 area, right? On the NQ.
I'm unsure where that aligns at with this, but I can clearly see that they're trying to come here, which is what I was referencing. This is where SPY wants to dump to. SPY wants to come here, and then they're touching this trend line. Any bounce, I'm going to assume it's just fake on QQQ until they dump this past the zone. They just touched this trend line just now on QQQ. Any bounce, I'm going to assume is fake.
Bro, that just felt like a massive dump out of that area, and it was 25 points.
It was 25 points, but they went nowhere. This is positive HVL for you. This was the last part of my journey that I had to understand, because I couldn't understand why the market would act like this on one day, and then the next it would just be chill like this, and like no movement would ensue. Like that candle looked like an insane God dump candle, but it was just a 25-point candle. That was just it. It was like insane, dude. They was pulling almost 100-point candles out their butt just a few days ago. Every candle was 100 points or more. Every single candle was. It allows you to gauge the temperature of the market, for you to at least have a hint. I think that they want to dump this and go lower. SPY just took out that low. They took all day to take out that low just now. 1240. Hard drop on QQQ. They hardly moved this, man. They're just confusing you. It looks more aggressive than it really is.
Those double lines I saw on the chat goes with the same thing you were talking about on market direction. You spot on, E bro. I don't know how you do it, man. That understanding is impeccable, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, just from just watching price action. So that's what I'm saying. Like I could see and like I could understand what you're looking at, like as far as like that Fibonacci. Like I can see and like I can understand that. And I could see how you thought they was getting ready to go higher. But to me, like this liquidity is true king. Like this right here at the top of this move over here is in this weird pattern like this is telling me one thing and one thing only. They want to dump this through this floor like this. I don't give a damn about no Fibonacci. I understand that you can still take some good trades with the Fibonacci. Use that. Use that in confluence to understanding what I'm talking about, though. So if you see a weird pattern like this, do not think that they're getting ready to go higher. Make them go, man, you know what? They got to prove this to me. If you see a weird pattern like this, don't start going, well, Fibonacci says they got to come to 0.78 or 718 or to the third, fifth, whatever it is, or half. They don't got to do that. They're going to go to a place where they're going to go fill orders at. And this right over here told me the story. So that's all that was. And while you're in here, my goal is to have you speak. My goal is to have you talk. My goal is to bounce ideas off of you, so that your brain can be molded in regards to seeing some of the things that I'm saying, and then you can pair what you've learned with my understanding and what makes sense to you and your risk management. That's why you're here. That's how you're going to succeed in the most efficient way possible for you as a personal, like for you as an individual. So
Most definitely,
so
most
for
definitely.
sure.
Yeah.
Like this dialogue that we're having right now is invaluable, because if you was on that TikTok, bro, you wouldn't be able to say nothing, because I'm not responding to that. Because if you say something, I'm not going to go in depth like that. But like if you're talking to me, we can have a conversation, then we can bounce ideas off of each other. Like for example, Native says this right over here. Look, this right here is invaluable, and as to why she's in here. Look. So to everybody confused or wondering, stuff like this. Native sends this out and says, where she said this at? I know for a fact that she says, I'm in a short right now. I know she said this. In short right now on ES. She said this at 12:06. I saw that and I responded. I was like, I like that. Because there's this double bottom over here. I can see them doing this. And she's listening to me talk, but she has her own confirmation. And then she TPs out at the bottom of that dump for where I said it was getting ready to go to. And she made $400 off that from just being inside this Discord. So she's using her own confirmation in order to further her understanding. And she's sending out these ideas. And when I see them, I can analyze them and I can go, yeah, I see what you're looking at and I like that. Or I'm unsure about that. Let's maybe reevaluate a little bit. That is what I'm talking about. Like the invaluable portion of being here and sending something so I can see it, so that we can trade together and get you to the point to where, you know what, you make $300-400 a day and you done. And you rinse and you repeat that for 2 weeks and get a payout and you done. And then we get you to the point to where you're making $300 a day off 10 or 15 accounts in a few months. And you're making $3,000 to $5,000 a day. That should be everybody's goal. Be on alert. Be on alert. They just touched this damn trend line that I was telling you about that I said was going to come into the equation. My goal after I joined the boss. Yeah, absolutely. This market is confusing. Look at this ungodly amounts of time distortion. Look at this. 5 funders now. Good job, Dev. That's what I'm saying. Probably best we call it a day. Call it a week. I'm doing Eva Instant Pass tomorrow. They're bouncing us now after they snapped that trend line. So I'm done for the day. Good job, Dev. That candle looks like a god body candle, but it's small as hell. They're testing my patience. I passed so many accounts, but never gotten a payout. Why? What's the difference? What are you struggling with? I'm being dead serious. How are you passing the accounts? Are you passing the accounts because you're YOLOing? You need to be honest with yourself, common sense. These are the questions I would ask you if you were in here. Like, we need to break down why you're passing the accounts and what's the difference. There is no difference. The market's still the exact same market. Like, what is it? He is over leveraging, I bet. Probably so. 100%. 100%. He can't make that. He probably can't make the distinction, but I don't want to speak for him. So if he can't honestly look into the mirror and respond with an honest answer, then no mentorship can help him. In order for a mentor or an advisor to help you, you have to be honest with yourself. Because how can an attorney defend you if you're lying to him and telling him that that's not you on the tape that he's clearly looking at? Mental revenge trading. Then you need to be inside here, and we have classes that can help you with that. Ask the people inside here if their mental has improved or not from being inside here. Why are you not in here? I've been speaking to you now for at least 2 weeks now, and you've been seeing me trade. Why are you not in here? What's stopping you? I'm being dead serious. Like, what's stopping you from us going over there? What is it? I need to ask you a serious question. What is stopping you? Like, what is compelling you to go, man, you know what? That's just not a good idea. What is it? Trust me, I'm not trying to price gouge you for $15 per month for that knowledge center, and then for $59 a month. But something needs to change. And I fortunately am going to be the one to be honest with you. Brutally honest, as a matter of fact. I'm going to be understanding, but I'm going to be very honest with you. Because in order for you to get to where you want to go, I have to tell you what you need to hear. Not what you want to hear. Why? What is it within you? Do you not just have the money? That's a valid question. You could say that. You could say, bro, I just don't have $49, bro, per month. Or, bro, I don't have $59 per month. Or, bro, I don't have $300 for a lifetime membership. I don't have that right now. I don't have that. If that's your answer, then I'm going to ask you and I'm going to say, okay, great, perfect. So you got money to blow up accounts then and not to get no payouts then. So you have money. So you don't have money to pay for a driving instructor. or to pay for car insurance, but you got enough money to go out and keep buying new cars and getting new car loans and wrecking the cars. You see how that logic works? You going, bro, I don't have no money right now. I don't have, bro, I can't afford this, bro. I can't afford this, bro. I can't afford to pay no driving instructor $750, bro, in order to teach me how to drive for like a little 2 or 3 week course so I can finally get my driver's license. I can't afford that. And then like I look out and you go, yeah, bro, but I'm on like my 3rd or 4th car right now and I keep on wrecking them. And my insurance is like, $1,500 a month. But yeah, I'm paying that too. And, yeah. And I'm on my 3rd or 4th vehicle. And I'm paying $2,000 a month for a car note for a car note that I'm not driving. Or $1,000 a month for a car note that I'm not driving. But bro, I can't afford a one-time fee of $750. I can't do that, bro. I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna keep doing this. That's what you're doing. I bought so many courses and they have all fell short. I have a question for you. No, I cannot bless your cash up for your birthday. I have a question for you. I apologize. I have a question for you. This is serious. The courses that you purchase, so you can tell me truthfully or not, because I want to know the truth, and don't say this to deceive, because I want to know, because we're going to work this out right here, right now. Before you bought those courses, were you able to talk, trade live, and ask almost as many questions as you possibly could have? And was that instructor trading live with you for most of the day? And could you see that instructor's screen the entire time? Where like it was not just no alert signals. No, I'm not talking about hands-on like a legitimate classroom. Any one of those courses. Yes or no? No. You could not. So how could you have seriously progressed or learned? That's why I said anyone. I said anyone. Where you can see the screen and you can talk to the instructor. When you were in school for 12 years, all you had to do to get the instructor's attention in class was raise your hand. And you could touch that teacher. You could touch that instructor. They were showing you for 7 hours a day for 12 straight years. That's why those courses fail. Because we're doing the opposite of what works and what's been proven. I've said this numerous times. You cannot, I don't care if you spend $5,000 on a course. You cannot do, you're not going to benefit from 3 to 5 classes for $5,000. I have students that have spent $10,000 on a course. 10,000 confirmed. And it was some Christian course led by her church. One of the students inside here. And she said, I was there for 6 months and we learned nothing. She was like, it was so generic, it was ridiculous. It needs to be hands-on. You need to be able to talk and ask questions, and someone needs to be giving you constructive criticism, you directly. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why. That's why you haven't succeeded. That's why. I'm being honest with you. That's the reason why they were unsuccessful. I'm not signing up for nothing if I can't talk to you. If I can't see your screen and it's not transparent, I'm not signing up for nothing, bro. I need to know exactly, bro, like, dude, you need to tell me, dude, now listen, obviously everybody makes mistakes. But bro, you need to tell me and go, bro, they getting ready to come here like this and like, bro, they got this weird, bro, and then they do that. I need to see for myself on a daily basis, and I need to be able to interact with you. And I want to be able to talk to you and ask you questions if I'm confused or if I start struggling. That right was removed from you. So you can't compare this to that. This is completely different. So unfortunately, what's happening now is because you were burned so poorly by prior decisions, it is now hindering you right now from taking an opportunity that will ultimately get you to your destination. And right now, you're on a hamster wheel and it's snowballing out of control because you're going to sit there and continuously keep on blowing up accounts and not seriously have any guidance or any mental clarity in order to fix your situation. And you're going to get deeper and deep. I'm just explaining to you the truth. You're going to get deeper and deeper and further into this hole. And then once you're tens and tens upon tens of thousands of dollars inside the hole, you're going to go, bro, well, I'm so far deep inside this hole, I might as well keep going. I might as well not hire no instructor anyway. I'm closer to the end, but the market doesn't. But the market doesn't let you know, hey, you've lost X, Y, and Z amount of dollars. Here, let me reward you. That's not how this works. You need to be the one to break that loop. If you don't break that loop, you won't get there. So I am trying to break this chain cycle right now within your brain and hopefully anyone else that's listening. Why? Because I was on that road too. And the only thing that broke that was I actually got to be somewhat hands-on with a mentor. And I watched him meticulously for 1 year straight, for at least a year and a half straight, nonstop, every day. And then it finally started to make sense. And I don't even trade like him. He first he shaped my psychology. Then I started to figure out what not to do. Then I started to piece together the things, okay, well, what can I do? Then I started to backtest those things, and then I started to study, and I started to write those things down. But the only piece I was missing was asking my mentor questions about the things that I found to be, to be fruitful. So that was the portion of the journey that I missed. So that's why I still stumbled a lot, because I couldn't bounce ideas off of him, because it was too expensive. It was $1,000 a month to be inside his Discord. I couldn't afford that. You are going to pay either way. That's what I tell people all the time, because it's the truth. It's a very grim reality, but it's truth. It's truthful. You are either going to pay a fraction of the cost right now in order to shadow somebody that is successful and is going to try to help you avoid this stuff right now. Like right now, I'm not trading this. There's so many people right now blowing up their accounts, trying to damn nickel and dime this right now. It is ridiculous. I am not going to get caught up in this, or at least I'm gonna wait for something. Then I'm gonna take my chances there. You are going to lose so much money in the meantime, and then when you lose, it still does not constitute you to win. Because you still have to you have to abandon everything that you have previously done before and still try to figure out something that's new. This is it's the truth. Look at this market bleed out. Preach, Jesse says. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, just being honest with him. You either pay a fraction of the cost right now to learn, or you spend a lifetime trying to figure it out, and most people don't ever do that. Most people will never get to that destination. So not only will they lose time, but they'll lose money too. And then they'll chuck it up as a scam and they'll go, well, 97% of people fail doing this. So it must not be for me. No, the reason why that's the case is because most people don't want an instructor. That's why. Or they're getting the wrong instructions.
Got that first presented would now be a good time to do that going up.
This is a test. Test. Yes, I was muted. I was talking. I was talking to Abundant. I said that. I
Oh, I
said
didn't
that.
hear
Damn.
you. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I said that I don't necessarily trust that first presenter because there was a 7 point volume balance over the lower, and I was like, if they come to this and they don't do it, and they just squeeze his higher, then they just do so. I'd rather miss out on that. So I don't necessarily trust that first presenter. That's what I said. I'm
Yeah, I
not
thought
going to.
exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not going to shift what I just said just because they're starting to go a little bit higher. I still
Yeah, like
believe in that 7. You see how they tried to come back to it, but then they reduced it to a 5. You see that? How they tried
yeah,
to.
this one's different too. And then that first little presented right there. One thing I noticed about FVGs that make them valid or invalid, or the probability of them actually playing out is if it stays above the consequential approachment of it, we got a better chance. Or if it just taps the top part of it, if we're buying, we got a better chance. But you see how I just went through and stuff? Like
Yeah.
that's probably invalid. So I won't be one that I would be going for. Now this one looks a little bit more convincing. The price stops right there, but as you can see, it's just doing whatever it want to do. So I wouldn't even trust it either. I'm just sitting on my hands at that point.
Absolutely. My mic went out. I was talking to common sense this whole time. I was talking about about the DM. I don't.
Yeah, I came off and jumped
I
back
don't know if
on
you heard
because it
me.
was muted.
Yeah. Did y'all hear what I said about that rant about the DM or no?
Nah.
No. mic went out. Probably best I leave it. No, I didn't hear. Mm, okay. What I said was this. What I said was I asked you a question. I said, what is the DM going to consist of? And what I said was I said that what we have here is like us it is us selling a Lamborghini Revuelto, a $600,000 Lamborghini, and I have it listed for $50,000. And I said, what is there to debate about? It's either you're going to join or you're not. There's a free 3-day trial there. There's but so much things
Yeah,
that we can
it's
do.
glitching. E, I don't know if you can hear me.
Hello? Can you hear me? Is the audio going out on Discord? Hold on. Let me leave and let me come back. I can hear you clearly. Okay. Yes. So what I was saying uh, yeah, it's just like that. It's so, but what it is I'm not saying this is you, but a lot of times, what I've noticed is whenever people say those things, like they go, hey, like, now I'm not saying this is you, but usually that means, hey man, can I still DM you right now? And like, can we talk about my problems over like DM? But like, I'm still not gonna sign up. So like, I value your opinion, yeah, but not enough in order for me to go through the mentorship. Like, can you just like talk it over with me and can like, can like we go over things and like, so like I'm gonna keep on sending you messages until like hopefully I'm saying, like I can maybe piece together a few things in regards to like what you're getting ready to tell me, or they'll say, hey, that $49 for 3 months, I know it's about $15.60 a month, $16 a month, but but can I get like a 50% off discount? And then like my response to that is I don't think that you need to be trading. Because if I'm trying to sell you a Lamborghini for 50,000, a $600,000 Lamborghini for 50,000, and you trying to barter me down to 25,000, then that tells me one that you should not be driving that Lamborghini because you won't be able to afford it. You won't be able to afford the repairs whenever it's time to get a $2,500 oil change. And the beautiful thing about this is this: it's not as though like I don't care because it's like I got like a million people giving me $50,000. No, I'm like one of those oil sheiks. This is what I said earlier. I said I'm like one of those oil sheiks over there in like Dubai, to where like I don't care if anyone buys it. I'm gonna just keep doing what's transparent every single day. You wanna know why? Because I'm making so much money off of trading what I'm actually talking about and doing, then to where like I don't care if one person buys the $50,000 Lamborghini. It will sit there indefinitely into oblivion. But slowly but surely, every now and then, we get one customer that's willing to take that chance, and they come in and they hop inside the car, and it's not a lemon. It's not, because everyone keeps on screaming at the top of their lungs about how beneficial it is. It comes with a clean title, so don't think that either. It's not a salvage title vehicle, but it'll just sit there indefinitely until someone decides to take advantage of the opportunity. And then when they do, they're the happiest customer alive. So either they can drive it indefinitely until the wheels fall off, or they can take it, drive it for a little bit, and then they can sell it with all the equity that they have built into it because they only pay $50,000 for a $600,000 car. But that's not up for me to decide. The only thing that's up for me to decide is whether or not that I'm willing to compromise on my own morals or not. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to change what I'm doing. I'm going to be as transparent as I possibly can be. And I'm going to be here for every single person that wants to be here. So people do that all the time, long story short, to wrap things up. They always go, hey, let me go talk to the finance manager on this car. Like, boy, that's a $600,000 car that someone's selling for $50,000 and everything is aligned. What is it to talk about? Well, man, I need you to convince me. I'm not going to convince you to buy a $600,000 car for $50,000. I'm not going to do that. I am not going to convince you to do that. But how do I know it's not a scam? Well, that's completely and utterly up to you. Look at the reviews. Just look to your left and look to your right and look what everyone else is saying. And then I'm here every single day and you can see it. Like, this is a legitimate car dealership. It's a legitimate car dealership, and I have the title right over here in my hand, and you can call and you can verify the title. What else do you need? Well, I just need like a little bit more convincing. Maybe if I spoke to the manager doesn't want to speak to you because the manager. Why? Why? Because the finance manager at this car dealership, he's upset that I'm the owner of this dealership and I'm selling it for $50,000. He's upset. So if he speaks to you, he's not going to want to sell you this car. Well, okay then. Perfect. That means it's a scam. So I'll just go on about my business. Okay, great. You don't have a Lamborghini. Okay, great. I have tons of Lamborghinis over here. So I mean, okay, just watch for free. Just look at the cars from the showroom floor, and then look at the other customers coming in and driving off with the Lamborghini. It's no skin off our bones. That's what I tell people. It's okay, that's fine. I don't need Discord to make money off of. I don't. I should send you the screenshot of what my deposit from yesterday versus today was. The old thing sent me the old thing sent me my 2-week deposit for $100 from Discord. $78 and $30. I'm not lying. From one of the pages. $78 and $30. I just got a $9,000 payout last night from Bullinox, and I got another $12,000 one coming again today. By tomorrow. I'm not going to convince nobody to join here.
That sounds so good, boy.
I'm making pennies. I'm making pennies off this Discord. I promise you. And I know y'all think that I'm lying too. I know y'all do. Look at this. Look at this bullshit.
See how that thing just went without me, boy, because I was definitely up for that buy, man, to at least half of that range right there. Exactly the TP, bro. But, man, if it wasn't convincing, I ain't going to pull it. I'm
Look.
comfortable with that. I believe I was trying to do that earlier. It's just, you know, I had to reevaluate, bro. After you said that, I was like, man, shoot. Eventually it plays out.
Money not the issue. Just wanted to talk about the mentorship consisted of. I'm trading options. Oh, okay. I got solutions to trade options. It's basically about the same concept. Look at this bullshit. Look at this BS. They sent me $30 yesterday for the original page. Now I'm still making Now don't be confused. I'm making about $1,500 to about a little bit under $2,000 a month, give it floating for about everything from the Discord and the Knowledge Center. But this is the old one. This is my 2-week deposit. I'm sorry. This is my 1 monthly check for the Knowledge Center, $30 and $78 right over here. I'm being dead serious. And here's my Bullinox deposit, like I didn't even post. It just literally just hit my account yesterday. I mean, last night at like almost midnight for like 9 bands, and I got like another $12,000 coming. I refuse to convince people. I'm not gonna do no shit like that. I'm not gonna convince nobody to do this. Nobody. I refuse. Because I'm not making no money offer charge nobody that. Not after they take them fees out and them taxes. I'm not making no money. I'm damn near doing this for free. I'm not doing that. So yeah, they want to go higher now. It appears they want to bounce. This market is extremely deceptive today. Why so? Money not the issue. Just wanted to talk about the mentorship consisted of. I'm trading options. I'm thinking of moving to futures. Oh, nice. So you trading options. I gotta try and figure out how you trading options. Like, are you trading 1 day, 2, 3 day expiration, or you swing trading options? There's so many different things here. What are you trying to switch off of whenever it comes to futures? Why are you abandoning it? Why are you abandoning options? There's so many questions here. Swing. Then that swing, if that's the case, then that pre-market trading plan needs to be your best friend. That pre-market trading plan needs to be your best friend if you swing trading, because it will tell you overall market direction. And you need to take base hits out of those swing trades. You can get rich doing that off of that pre-market trading plan alone from inside this Discord, if that's what you're doing. Because it'll tell you what they're doing. I'm being dead serious. High at 24150. High at 240. It's not expecting so much shorts with red folder day. With red folder today. What you mean so much shorts with red folder today? What does that mean? You wasn't expecting what? You wasn't expecting them to pull us back after they just squeezed this market 4% the last 2 or 3 days? You thought that they were going to keep this market elevated like this and not at least cool this market off before the biggest news release of the month tomorrow? Thought it was going to squeeze it, go higher again? Thought it would have confused higher, but foolish on my part. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to do the most obvious thing, but in the least obvious way. They were going to pull us back. If they squeeze to damn near 4%, look at this bounce. Look at this bounce, look. Look at this bounce, look. They bounced this market 5%. I said 4. They bounced this market 5% in like 2 days. Why would they stop it here like this and then go higher like this and goof around with an all-time high right before the majors, right before the largest data release of the month? They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're going to chill out, hunt intraday sell side and pull this market back, and then they're going to be goofing around in like this zone with the news release so they can go here or go here. That's why it's a routine for me to be here daily for other understandings and perspectives. Correct. That's why we need to vet mentors. And you need to be able to interact with the mentor on a daily basis and talk. That's why you won't have to hope and pray that I see that message and I can talk to you on this TikTok. Because you could just talk inside Discord and we could just talk like normal people over the phone. That's more invaluable than anything, because your understanding will be crystal clear. You would see what I'm thinking because I send out what I'm thinking inside Discord. What is that? It's a 9 up here at this top. This market is ridiculous today. And they didn't pop this high. So it's either I long this and I anticipate that we're going to have an immediate term market structure shift, or I long this and I long this and I go against this immediate term market structure like this because this market structure is saying it's bearish. This market structure is screaming bearish right now. Look at this. We're just making higher highs. I'm sorry, lower highs and lower lows, nonstop. So it's either I long this, and I think that we're going to break this trend that we're on, which it's clearly going lower, clearly, or I short this and then I go higher. There's a 9 point volume balance there, and there's a 5 point here that they missed. It was a 7. It's like, which one? Do the chat. What ticker are we looking at? NASDAQ 100. We're trading futures. It's dancing around the 4 hour and 1 hour. They can go off of launching pad if they want to as well. Yeah. We've done nothing all day. We're on the same candle that we opened up on this morning. This market has done nothing all day. Look at them target this 9 point volume balance here. This market has done nothing all day. This is ungodly amounts of time distortion. That pre-market trading plan is literally like ironclad today, and it was yesterday, and the day before. Look at this ungodly amounts of just distortion and bounce right back and do nothing. Come out the gate swinging, and then just do nothing all day. The only reason why I understand it, bro, is because I've lost so much money. And I used to watch this price action until my eyes were bleeding. Look at that. That's a 12 point volume balance that just created just now. Jesus. It's a 9 pair with a 12. They're about to go higher.
That picture I just sent was for ES. It says 15-minute, 25 point.
Well, you need to adjust. Well, you need to adjust it because a 25 point volume balance on ES is not a volume balance. That's just from one. That's just from one. For clarification, this is 25 points on ES. This right here, what you're looking at right here. Look, this right here. I'm gonna show you right now. That's 25 points. That's literally just from one number to the next. This is the minimum amount that you can go from tick to tick, because it goes in 25 tick increments like that. So I'm saying a tick.
Okay.
It goes in 0.25 like that. So that's the minimum that it can go up. This is one tick. So what you're looking at, that is a one tick. So you need to adjust that. But you need to not be looking for volume balances on ES. Everyone needs to not look at volume balances on ES or NQ, because you're only going to see them like once every 2 or 3 months. The volume balance is meant to be paired with the QQQ, the SPY, and the SPX, so that you can determine where they're getting ready to go immediately on the other assets. Because ES, the
All right.
futures, the futures are so absolute to where like they're not going to give you a real volume balance. If they do, it's like once every 2 or 3 months, and that's just like that's just like God sent. It's just ridiculous. They won't do that.
Okay. So just those three, that's what we reference it off of.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Cool. So I don't got to worry about NQ and none of that stuff. So I'm gonna take it off of my screen.
And then
From the trading view.
and then just keep it on QQQ, and I will put the minimum balance size to 0.05% right over here like this on this QQQ, and then for SPX, I would put it on SPX, and I would set the minimum and balance size on SPX to 50, and I would set the minimum balance size on SPY on the same indicator for 0.05 again. That's what I would do personally.
Let me see what you did there. I got the what you call it out right now.
You got to
It's
click on
on
this like
the
this, and you see this minimum
yeah.
and balance size 0.05%.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And that one's normal. Okay. So as is, all right. And then I got right now for time frames to show is at 5 minutes, and then the other one is set for 15.
Mm.
Okay.
I
Yeah, yeah, down
personally
there.
have the higher time frame one and the higher time frame two unchecked because I'm looking at the charts on a 1 minute basis. So like I want to see them form on like a 1 minute basis because why? Because I can see the whole day on a 1 minute time frame. And
So put it on show current time frame.
correct. I want to see it on the current time frame. I don't want to see it on no 5 or 10 minute. Because if it forms on
Okay.
a 5 or 10 minute, then it's going to show on. On. Then it's going to show on a 1 minute.
Okay.
Because that's just yeah. Because that's just the case. Now now like if there's like a daily or something like that, then like I could go to a daily and I can use it as like a daily gap or something maybe.
Mhm.
You know. So
But,
like I can
but that would be more for like the use of a new week, right? New week opening gap type vibe.
correct. Correct,
Mm.
exactly. But yeah, it's it's not designed in order to really show. It's not designed in order to show uh, new day opening gaps. It's designed to show true volume imbalances in the immediate term, right here, right now, like where they're trying to go right here, right now. Look at this disgusting price action timestamp 135. This is disgusting. They're just going sideways with no real direction in mind.
Bro, I just had to take a phone call and I was on the phone when I saw that candle and I was like, oh, news just dropped. And I
Right.
was like, never mind, it's 25-point candle.
Right.
It's so crazy. It's so
Because
crazy how the market changes week to week, bro.
it change it changes its complete behavior. It's like the moment we go into deep positive HVO or go to positive HVO, the market just completely changes. And and here's one thing, because I know some people don't believe what I'm saying. Like some of you have never heard what I just said. But if someone says something and the market does exactly what they're saying, it is undeniable. Like if I am looking at if I'm looking at an animal and it is white and it has feathers and it has a beak and it is quacking, and I am saying that is a duck and it is quacking, and you're going, bro, no, bro, that's a dog, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. That is, bro, it's a dog. I'm sorry, dog. It's a duck. But like if I'm looking at a four-legged animal and it's going "Woof, woof, woof, woof," and it has fur, and you're going, bro, it could be a cat, and I'm going, bro, what are you talking about? That's a purebred German Shepherd, and you're going, "Rrr," and you're going, I'm I'm waiting on it to go meow. What are you talking about? That, it could be a cat or it could be a goldfish.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Well, it could be a candle. I'm not a candle. It could be a goldfish. You sure that's not a fish?
That's why I be afraid of catching the charge, bro, and have to fight for my life. Cause these same people gonna be in the jury pool.
I never even thought about that. All right. I never even thought about thinking
Nah,
about that. That was funny as hell, right? What if it identified as a goldfish? Yeah, you can identify as whatever the hell you want to. It's, it's right. I'm not here to judge. If a dog wants to identify as a goldfish, dude, you can do that. But I know what you are, because you can only lie to yourself. But again, that's not my place for me to judge. It's my place to know how to move around you. Understand what I just said? I won't judge you, but I know how to move around you. So if you look at me and if you go, bro, that's a goldfish, that's not a dog. It identifies as a goldfish. So I'm going to call it a goldfish. I now know how to move around you. I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to look you down in your face and I'm going to smile and I'm going to go, okay, you know what, you're right. And I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, but I'm not going to trust your reasoning because I know that you're batshit insane. So, and I don't, and you know, and I don't like to associate with people that have that mentality, that are just batshit insane. Excuse me, language, but it's the truth. I'm not going to do that. You're not going to be hanging around me. you're not going to affect me with that mentality. You want to know why? Because if you start hanging around somebody that thinks that a dog is a goldfish for too long, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start to go, man, you know what? I really could see. Oh, a, that dog does have a tail and a goldfish does have a tail. I could see how that could be the case. Like, maybe, just maybe, that could be a goldfish one day. Your brain is going to be corrupted. And you might go, well, the dog can swim in the water and so can a goldfish. It could be a goldfish. I think it might be. You're going to start to think like that. You might not go all the way, but you'll start thinking like that. And that's the beginning of the end. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to judge you, though. I promise you. I'll dap you up. I'll fist pound you. Hell, I'll even smile. Hell, we can be best of friends from a distance. I don't care what you got going on. It's not my place to judge. You can't save everybody, you know. It's not my job to convince you. Why? Because I don't care. Because if I convince you or not, it's not going to change my life. It's like, if I convince you that that's a dog and not a goldfish, dude, it's not going to do nothing. It's not going to change my life at all. So why would I spend time doing it? Time is valuable, you know. That's how I feel about politics. I'm being dead serious. It's like, why would I try to convince you about to like Trump or to dislike Trump? Like, why? Like, how is that relevant right now with what we're dealing with? How? It's not. So I'm gonna just let you believe whatever you believe, and I'm gonna just leave it alone. I'll let you argue about who the president is and who should not be. And then 4 years from today, you'll forget. 4 years from today, you'll forget, and then there'll be a new Republican or a new Democrat running for office, and then you'll be on that bandwagon too. And then they'll start the process all over again. And then they'll do that 4 or 5 times, 4, maybe 5 times, like spin this wheel around 4 or 5 times. And then by then you'll be so old to the point where your voice isn't going to matter, which it doesn't anyway, but they damn sure not going to listen to you then. They're not going to listen to you 30 years from now. Why? Because they're going to be like, bro, what the hell is Graham's talking about? He don't know what he's talking about. That's what everyone who's like 19 is going to say. 19 to 20 years old, 19 to 20 years old is going to say. They're going to be like, bro, who the hell is that 80-year-old man talking like that? He doesn't know nothing. He was voting for Trump 40 years ago. His opinion is invalid. Or he was voting for Biden all the way in the year 2024. Can you believe that? I remember that. We don't listen to those people like that. You're talking about Gramps. It's 2065. Wake up. There's spaceships flying around. But there's not going to be. But you get the point. Because they said there was going to be spaceships flying around in 2020, 20 years ago. I remember that. Well, I don't remember that. I wasn't conscious then, but you get the point. They said it in 2010. They said that the iPhone 10 was going to be invisible. I remember that. I remember when the iPhone 3GS came out and the internet was just starting to pop. And they said that the iPhone 10 was going to be invisible. They said the iPhone X was going to be invisible. And they released some weird ass concept. And like the phone was see-through. And I was like, holy shoot. Dang. Man, boy, I can't wait till 2018. Invisible phones? Shit. Now look at the phones. The phones are still shitty. I see somebody walking around with a flip phone the other day. Crazy. People still using pagers damn near. Crazy. Look at this market. What is going on? Probably best way
I lose my phone now. If it was invisible, I'd really be in trouble.
Right. I promise you. I remember the concept because I remember looking it up. Like it was like they said that the phones were going to be like holograms by like 2018, 2019. You know, damn holograms. The iPhone is still the same exact phone as it was 5 years ago. We've reached a plateau effect on the phones almost. They changed one thing. They changed one thing about the phone, and they brand it as a brand new phone. And they might change the sizing so that you have to buy new cases for it. They're rinsing you. They're the ones doing time distortion. Consumerism is slavery. Listen to what I just told you. Consumerism is slavery because they know that they can get you to spend your money on something that they can keep you enslaved because you won't spend your money on something that really matters, like education or improving your life or getting out of the situation that you're in. They know that. And consumerism doesn't have anything. It's not always spending money. I'm being dead serious. It's not always about spending money. I'm being dead serious. It's not. Consumerism is fitting into the media too. Being blinded. Like if I say, man, I really like Trump, and you go, or I go, man, you know what? I don't like Trump. I don't, Orange Man bad. And you go, yeah. Or you go, he said Orange Man bad. And you start growling. And you start growling and you start growling and barking like a goldfish. That's a problem. You start growling and barking like that goldfish that you thought. That's a problem. They've enslaved you. Why? Because they can keep you distracted from what really matters. We need to be focused on what they're doing with these charts, boy. Did y'all not see what Trump just released yesterday? That man released his financial statement. Boy, Trump is up $1 billion and like $2 billion like the last year. We need to be buying the shit that he's buying. That's what we need to be doing. Being dead serious. You need to be taking advantage of these opportunities, boy. I'm taking note of what these people are doing. I'm trying to put my money where they got their money at. I'm not trying to argue with other people. Shit. I'm trying to avoid this damn time distortion. I wonder if I should just enjoy my day. There's 2 hours left in this damn day. And they got me goofing around. Look at this market. Huh?
Yeah, I gotta send you something, bro. This one right, I don't know if I sent it to you before, but this one right here actually shows the executives what they be buying and all that stuff. But you gotta kind of get like acclimated to how the website works and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
So
gotta
you'll
do
be able to see who the bigger buyers are, what quantities and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
All right, bet. Yeah, damn it too. Man, look at this market. Just look at this is ungodly amounts of time distortion. There's no financial plan. I mean, there is no trade plan, no setup with this. Like they're just goofing around, just going sideways. Look at this. Look. Look at this. Look. This is ungodly amounts of time distortion right here. Just look at these candles. Look. There's nothing here. Every candle is overlapping the other. There's no clear direction. They're not sweeping no liquidity, no nothing. You don't know if they're ready to go higher or go lower. They're just sitting there goofing around. Timestamp 147. Look at this. Man, should I just go enjoy my day? But see, I want one trading day. Here's the deal. This is what I need to think about. So I've completed 2 successful trading days so far this week. I need 3 trading days. I need 3 trading days to request another payout with Apex. So even if I do that today, I can't do that until next week. Next week is going to come regardless. This is how my brain is thinking right now. You ready? You ready? This is the mental psychology of my brain right now. Do I have to trade next week regardless? Can I get any money this week? Yes or no? No. I've already maxed out this week so far at about 20,000 this week in withdrawals. I cannot go any further. Because why? Because I have to trade for more days. So my brain is going like this. Can I make an extra $15,000, $20,000 this week? The answer to that question is no. Can I do that next week? The answer to that question is yes. How can I do that next week? If I do 3 trades next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I request. Okay? So, with that being said, this is how I'm thinking. I'm like, I have to trade next week. If I take this trade right now and if I lose right now, I won't be able to get a payout next week. There's only an hour and a half. There's only like 2 hours left. Less than 2 hours left in this day. So if I take a trade right now and I lose, I won't be rewarded next week. But I still have to trade next week, and I can be rewarded if I stop now and I don't take no more trades on these new accounts. Because I'm still here where I was before. Okay? I have to trade next week, and I have to trade for 3 days next week. I can either trade for 2 days or 3 days next week and make the same amount of money. Do I trade this unfavorable price action, or do I go on about my business and enjoy my weekend and look forward to Monday and still only sleep 4.5 hours a day? Because I only sleep 4 hours a day now, 4.5 hours a day now, because I look forward to waking up the next day. This is so fun to me, because I know that every 5 days I make like $20,000 or $30,000. There's literally nothing more fun than this. It's like a video game to me. So I have to ask myself, what do I do? What do I do? Do I entertain this, or do I walk away from this screen right now and I call this a decent week? I've already accomplished one goal on one of the accounts. So I'm 7 days away from that. Honestly speaking, 6 days. Why? Because even if I lose one day for $200 or $300, I still get the payout on day 7. If I lose on day 8, $200 or $300, I still get the payout. Because I'll just flip for the other day, so I can still get the payout with the balloon odds. I won't get $1,500 per account. I'll probably get like $1,200 times 6. I won't get $1,500, but it'll be close. So what do I do? What would you do in this scenario? What would you do? My psychologist ain't there yet. You so far ahead. Got 3 accounts that in 10 days of $250 can pay me $12K by just being patient, etc. And here I am losing $350, and your patience is motivating. Thanks, Colt. Inside Discord. Yeah. That's why. So it's okay, bro. You just started trading like 3 or 4 months, ago. Like literally 4 months ago. And you're already here. 4 months ago. So from just being in here, you're going to I'm just going to spew my thoughts to you, and you're going to be molded. You're going to have no other choice. It's either you as the individual, it's either that you're in here and you're hearing how I'm thinking and how I'm running a successful $1 million business. And then you pick and choose what makes sense to you and how you want to run and how you want to mold your business into eventually becoming your own $1 million business, or you just turn this shit off and you go somewhere else. And then you try to go find it from somewhere else where someone is not as transparent and they won't tell you the truth, more than likely. Because you can only lie to yourself in this game that we play. So that's how my brain is thinking right now. So I'm just letting you know this right now. And my brain is thinking, should I go against their pre-market trading plan? Because they're doing exactly what that pre-market trading plan is saying now. They have done everything from their pre-market trading plan. I didn't say a little bit. I said ungodly amounts of time distortion. And they are doing that. They are just meandering. It's called meandering or monkeying around. They're just monkeying around in a circle, just goofing around, like chimps in a circle. Do I want to put a potential $12,000 payout on the line for next week? Right here, right now, to try to be a hero today? Do not go against your rules, or do it.
Gots to be more careful.
Got to be more careful. Exactly. Got to be more careful. Exactly. I forget forget where that's from. I know that's what you're talking about. My pops be saying that. That's funny as hell. It's from some movie, I think. Got to be boy kid from. I forget where that's from.
Be them old heads, boy.
Yeah.
Hold what
Yeah,
you got.
exactly.
Hold
Yeah,
what you
old
got.
heads be saying that. Yeah. My pops be saying that. Should not go against your rules. Look at this time distortion. And here's another thing that's factoring into my decision. Are you ready? Does anybody know what's going to happen in 60 minutes from now? Anybody on that TikTok that's listening, or anybody inside Discord that's listening, does anybody know right now that's getting ready to happen 60 minutes from now? If you do, send it.
Trump. Oh, my fuck.
Well, Discord knows because the robots send out the alert, so you probably read their plan.
Forex Factory too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Trump is supposed new fire. What candle? It's gonna dump? See, you're not inside here. I'll get there, and the big part of it because I know I'll take care of these 10 days, correct? Nope, this. See this? Look at your screen. Look, see this? Then look for intraday sell side to hit in ungodly amounts of time distortion the closer we get to the end of the day. I sent this out last night at 9 o'clock to your inbox. Look at this. Look. You see that? Trump speaking at 3:15 today. See that? 1 hour away. And you know what that means. What do we do here? Here. 3:15. I think I know. I think I have the answer. I think that I do. I think that the answer is clear. I seriously think the answer is clear. Do I want to listen to the answer though? Am I willing to accept that answer? Is the question. The answer is clear. You know where you need to be. You know where you need to be at. You know where you. Last time Trump spoke, you told us the full port. Yeah, I know that's a lie. I know that's a lie. That was actually funny. That made me laugh.
Kid trolling, boy.
That's my arch nemesis. With this market, I know that's a lie. The answer to me is clear as day. Trust me, it's clear as day here. Am I willing to listen to what the market is telling me? The market is telling me don't F with me right now. And Trump is coming up in an hour. And they could do anything in an hour. Walk the away. Motivated, Hell says. Absolutely motivated. I logged out of that screen. And I think that we call it a day. There's 2 hours left in this day. And they're doing ungodly amounts of time distortion. And Trump could get on any minute now. Well, any time within the next 30 to 45 minutes. And say something. So if I take a trade right now and I lose, will I be able to justifiably be able to write that ship while Trump is talking? I don't think so, potentially. I don't like my odds. I like my odds of starting afresh on Monday with brand new fresh accounts. Not fresh account. Brand new, just fresh on Monday. And just try to make $200 with some more favorable price action on Monday. I will be live tomorrow, but I'm gonna be live for Eval Instant Pass. I will not be trading my important accounts tomorrow. This is Eval Instant Pass tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow from Discord at 10 a.m. in the morning. No, I lied. I'll be live from Discord at 8 a.m. in the morning for Eval Instant Pass. 8 a.m. in the morning. 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning from TikTok. I'm going to do Eval Instant Pass again. can you explain eval instant pass to me? Sure. I pass the accounts instantaneously, and I get an unlimited amount of funded accounts. Discord can participate and do the same. I live stream it only from Discord whenever I'm doing it. Did that answer the question for you? Motivated? That's literally what it is. It's a method that I have that if a student is so willing, and if they want to, they can get an unlimited amount of funded accounts. It's here. It's inside Discord. It's a method, I say, yep. It allows you to turn any account that is one data pass into an instantaneous pass. So what it is the purpose is that it saves you time. But you can't save time if you haven't been down the route before. If you don't know how to get to the destination, you can't take any shortcuts to the destination. You can only do that if you've driven the route and you know how to get there safely. If you try to take shortcuts to a destination that you've never been to, you will crash because you'll step on potholes or you'll get pulled over by the police. You'll never get to the destination. But if you take your time 1 or 2 times and you know the route and you get familiar with the route, then you know when to speed, when to decelerate, when to hit the gas, or when to hit a straightaway. You know the route. That's only reserved for people that understand the route. That allows you to get paid for essentially for passing the accounts. So if you have 10 accounts and you just get if you have 10 accounts and you get to the account, and if you get those 10 accounts basically to passing, 10 50K accounts to passing, which is a $3,000 buffer, you can withdraw $900 from Apex. You would make $9,000 every single time to pass the account. That's all that I'm doing. And once you get a payout, and you get a $9,000 payout, then you put most of that money off to the side to then fuel the addition of more accounts on the eval instant pass over and over again. So even if you blow one set of 10 accounts that cost you $1,000 to get, okay, cool. If you blow another one, okay, cool. Eval instant pass again. If you blow another one, okay, cool. You're down $3,000. Okay, cool. You blow another one, okay, cool. You're down $4,000. And then you get, let's just say you're terrible, like you're terrible, and you're having a very rough patch, and you just blew 40 funded accounts. On the 50th set of just getting it to the passing of $3,000, you made $9,000. And now you still doubled your money, and you failed 5 times. You failed 4, and you're on your 5th attempt, and yet you've doubled your money. and now from the original point, because you failed 5 times, so you basically doubled your money. But let's just call it what it is. You made $5,000, and you made $5,000, and you got to a payout, and now you got another $9,000 payout again. Now you're up $14,000 from your original investment of just $5,000. You tripled your money, and then you just do the same thing over and over again. But you're not going to blow 5 or 6 sets accounts between every payout. You're not going to do that. If you do, then that's a problem. You're going to string some days together, some weeks together, some payouts together, like 1 or 2 payouts together. That's how this works. You're going to get a payout, and you're not going to blow the accounts because it's already at the buffer. So all you need to do to get another max payout is to make $200, $200 or $300 again. So you downsize. So there's no need to trade 5 to 10 contracts anymore. It's just like, why not do 2 or 3 or 4 at the absolute most? See what I'm saying? You just do it over and over again nonstop. It's an infinite money glitch. Hey man, press that damn button. If it ain't free, it ain't for me. Is anyone making money in there? Matt says, what's up, bro? How you been, bro? You been doing all right, bro? Today was a crazy day trading, man. What's up, brother? I miss you, man. I like that. Thanks for sharing. Bro. Hey, man. If it ain't free, it ain't for me. I'm gonna say that to close today. I haven't heard that in a while. All right. I had to let that sink in. If it ain't free, it ain't for me. Illness. They used to infect my brain with that. I think they're going to be goofing around until Trump. I'll make sure my name is the same when I join so you know it's me. Absolutely. Same. Start Monday with a fresh new account for me. Hope all have a good 4th of July. All right, Jesse. We'll be live tomorrow for Eva Instant Pass at 9, 10. At 8 a.m. in the morning. 10 a.m. in the morning from TikTok for maybe just like an hour or so. Then I'm gonna cut the live stream because it makes no sense in order for us to goof around non-farm payrolls. We'll goof around and blow up our accounts, dude. It's just to enjoy our weekend. Guys, just FYI, if y'all need prayer for anything, no need to mention what it is. Let me know and I'll pray for you. Thanks, Abundant. We appreciate that. Appreciate that, brother. I'll pray for everybody. I pray for everybody. I do. Thanks. That's powerful. Thank you. Yeah, I pray for all of y'all. Can you tell us a story of the Nile River and the crocodile with the butcher knife teeth? I like to tell that story whenever the market's like moving, right? Because like if they're just going sideways, then it's just like, then what this is right here is this is the MMA story where like they're like lulling you to sleep and then like right before you can blink, so like they're lowering your reflexes. The Nile River with the crocodile was like here. Was like here like whenever or here like whenever like they're dumping or here like whenever they're pumping it like this up in a straight line, and you're going, is this safe to short here? Like, is this safe to cross? Like, you need to wait for confirmation. We're like, we're like, I say, dude, we're all gazelles inside this thing, and we're trying to cross the Nile River. I don't want a 1,000-pound reptile with butcher knives for teeth, with rounded butcher knives for teeth, to latch onto my hoof. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that shit. Because that's what we're doing right now.
No, I'm dying laughing right now.
Bro, I'm on an 18-hour drive right now, so I'm just watching trade. So I'm just sitting here thinking of all the bullshit to say.
Oh my God.
I love when you tell that story. I just start dying, dude.
Right? Oh my God, I'm in tears right now for real. Like, bro, we are trying to cross this river, bro.
Every time you start with that Nile River.
Nile River bullshit. You start laughing. You're like, yo, this is ridiculous. Where did he come up with that analogy? But it's true. Like, the analogies are meant to be funny a little bit, but like it's meant to like make you laugh a little bit. Like, and it's meant to make you go, dang, I did try to cross earlier, and and I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I wasn't safe, and I got burned. I got bit. Maybe that's not a safe thing to do again. So
I was that first gazelle.
He was that first gazelle. Like, yeah, she was that first gazelle. Like shorting over here inside the hole and going, bro, this market is bearish. Let me short this. Is being the first gazelle right here. Like being dead serious. I'm being so serious. Like,
I'll wait for the
man, yeah, dude. I promise you, some of you are going to have that reptile latch onto your hoof and do that death roll, and I am going to prance over your carcass to the other side. And once I get to the other end of the destination, I have to be very careful because it's not all roses. You want to know why? Because, dude, wake up. There's 600 or 700 pound felines that can run 65 miles an hour and jump 20 feet in the air, and they have sharp butcher knives for teeth and claws. So like if I eat a little bit too much, because I was so happy that I escaped from the crocodiles, my belly would be too full because I was being too greedy and I can't run. So yeah, I'm cooked. So I got to be cautious and I got to be on alert. And this is me being on alert. Me being on alert is saying Trump is getting ready to come on right now in 30, 45 minutes and just be going sideways. So I can lay down right over here. So I'm going to explain what I'm going to do. Because people like images, like people like head and shoulder images like this, like images. So I'm going to explain to you right now what I'm going to do. I'm getting ready to here. This is me. This is me, the gazelle. Here are my legs curled up. And here's the riverbank. The riverbank is here. Okay. Okay. So I am going to lay down over here at the riverbank. And because I have to cross the river next week. Because I can't stay here all day. But it's just unsafe. Because it's very unsafe here. So I can see the dangers and I can hear the bones munching in the water. So I am going to lay down over here at the riverbank today and tomorrow, and obviously Saturday and Sunday. And I am going to wake up on Monday and I'm going to try, and maybe they're full. And then, cause I don't know, like, dude, on Monday, bro, I get snatched up. But I'm going to lay down over here at this riverbank and I'm going to cross over and I'm going to take my chances. Okay? Why so?
That looks like why did the chicken cross the road? That looks like a chicken.
yeah. Well, this is a gazelle and his legs are bent. So like I'm laying over here at the riverbank. Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm not no Picasso, all right? I'm just I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy just goofing around over here with his mouse. So excuse me.
Got me rolling now.
So excuse you. Looks like a damn whatever this is. Hey, be on alert. Excuse me. I leave for 5 minutes and brother doing arts and crafts. The hell did I miss? J-Walk said. Bro, we just sitting there goofing around, bro, because I seriously think it's best that we just do nothing because Trump is getting ready to come on. They're just bleeding this out. Long story short, guys, I love you and I believe in you. We'll be live tomorrow at 8 a.m. for Eval Instant Pass. I got to figure out how I'm going to do it, but Eval Instant Pass tomorrow, 10 a.m. from TikTok, and then might go live for like a few hours and just to chop it up. But that's pretty much it. Like, we should really go enjoy our July 4th weekend. It's best not to be an unhappy camper going into the weekend. I'm being dead serious. It's best to demo trade and paper trade and feel good and look forward to Monday than to goof around and lose everything on Thursday and Friday. And then then the 4th of July come around and your son or your daughter's like, Daddy, are we still gonna go to the park and shoot the fireworks? And you go, Arr, and you start snarling and you pucker your snout and you're like, Arr, I was shorting. With Trump talking, like, it's best to just be on alert. And he's like, who's that? My mentor told me not to be on alert, and I was not on alert. I'd be like, Daddy, what? Daddy, why do you keep talking about some gazelle and some crocodile crossing a river? What's going on, Dad? Are you okay? And you're like, don't worry about it. All right. Be on alert, and I love you, and I believe in you. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.